Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the June 17th, 2025 meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. I first have a couple of housekeeping items, agenda management. Mayor Pro Tem Now will be joining us via Zoom. He is on camera and he can hear us and we can hear him. And I would also like to ask council for a motion to add a closed session to the end of this agenda for a personnel matter.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so it's Councilmember Haven O'Donnell, Councilmember Posada for the second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mayor Pro Tem Now 7-0. 7-0. So I think he said yes. Perfect. So I am going to the podium for proclamations and resolution. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry, Matthew. Matthew G., please grace us with a poem. There's a lot going on tonight, and we appreciate you being here, so come on up. Yes, perfect. Thank you, Town Clerk Joyner.
I'm going to see how I'm heard here. Okay, I'm good here. My name is Matt G. I'm a local poet in Chapel Hill. I was invited here by Poet Laureate of Carrboro, Liza Wolfe Francis, and I hear this is the last town council meeting before you all break for summer.
Yep.
So I thought I'd share a poem that speaks to that spirit, and it's something you can also carry with you on your way back to session when that occurs. So, Laud the lazy. And every time I said, I ain't got it. Give gratitude for when I gave 50% or less. For the times I preserved the fruits of my labor. Because doesn't it taste sweeter to lay thick than spread yourself thin? Wiser to put things in containers than dry out beneath a spotlight. Too many go stale being put on display. All for new beatitudes to share this truth. Blessed are the wearers of wrinkled clothes, for they shall never be found pressed.
I love it.
Blessed are the procrastinators, for they rarely get caught up in anything. Blessed are they that do not work hard, for they shall inherit the soft life. Blessed are the forgetful, for they think not once, but twice. Blessed are they which are late, for they are the worm that continues to squirm. Blessed are those with half a mind, because there is still room to be mindful. Blessed are the half-hearted, who show love but remain in ownership of it too. Blessed are all those who exclaim, not today, for theirs is the promise of tomorrow. A righteous life demands leisure. If it were not so, why was rest made into a holy commandment? And the devil must really hate idle hands, because think of the worst person you know. It's someone that does entirely too much, isn't it? Not staying lazy cost us paradise. The original sin was refusing to leave well enough alone. But truthfully, I have so much I want to offer this world. I just don't want to lose my soul in the process. So I give thanks to my slow-moving spirit for discerning what's worth the effort. Thank you.
Woo! Boy. Hey, can we get a copy of that poem, Matthew G? Can you send it to our town clerk, Mr. Joyner? Very thoughtful and such a beautiful electric smile. It just, you lit up the room. Thank you so much. Now, let me see if I can remember what he said. Now, blessed out of forgetful. Let me see. I have proclamations and one resolution. Thank you, Councilmember Posada. See, we got a good council here. They'll look out. So while I'm on my way up here, there's something that has been on my mind about the tragic and senseless shootings in Minnesota of the public officials. I don't walk in fear, but certainly it has grabbed my attention, and I think the attention of others, as I read a nice piece from Councilmember Nollard over in Chapel Hill on Carrboro today. And I would just really like for us to just have a moment of reflection about those lives lost. Those were somebody's parents, they had children, maybe grandchildren, friends, colleagues. I know from experience, you know, how heated we can get about issues. But I hope we never get that heated here. So if we could just take a moment to reflect on those lives lost of those public officials, however you would like to take that moment. I thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I have 3 proclamations that I'm happy to bring forth. The first one is to our very own Recreation and Parks Department for Recreation and Parks Month, accepting, I believe, will be Mr. J.G. Ferguson. He is the manager, director. It's Mr. Ferguson. There he is in a nice jacket, coming up here looking all sharp. Come on up here, Mr. Ferguson. How you doing? Good. Recreation and Parks Month. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the National Park and Recreation Association has designated the theme of this year's celebration as Where You Belong, hashtag Where You Belong. And whereas this year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, celebrates the many ways park and recreation professionals across the country foster a sense of belonging in their community by providing welcoming and inclusive programs, essential services for all ages and abilities, and safe, accessible spaces to build meaningful connections. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities because they help establish and maintain a good quality of life. They contribute to the health of residents, and they support the economic and environmental well-being of the community and the region. And whereas parks and recreation programs promote healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation for residents with disabilities, and improve the physical and emotional health of all residents. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, produce habitat for wildlife, add to the ecological beauty of the community, and provide spaces for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the town of Carrboro strives to maintain safe and healthy park amenities for all ages, and the town strives to offer a comprehensive recreation program, including youth and adult classes, youth and adult athletic leagues, camps, workshops, clinics, and community events. And whereas the town's Recreation Parks and Cultural Resources Department recently completed projects including a new playground at Baldwin Park in the Lloyd Broad community and a newly enhanced pump track at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, both built with input from community members. And whereas the dedicated employees of the Recreation Parks and Cultural Resources Department have an average of over 20 years of service in providing excellent programs and amenities to grow our community. Now, therefore, I, Barbara M. Foushee, Mayor of the town of Carrboro, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim July 2025 to be Recreation and Parks Month in Carrboro, I encourage all residents to enjoy our parks and natural areas, to take advantage of classes, camps, programs, and events provided by the Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Resources Department, and to share appreciation and thanks with the department's many dedicated employees and volunteers this, the 17th day of June 2025. And I want to say, as I present this to Mr. Ferguson, how grateful I am, and I think community members and the town council share the sentiment. It takes many man-hours, lots of planning to execute all these things. We're like the festival capital here in Carrboro, and just so much time goes into that. And so I do want to let you know how much you are appreciated. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for again always supporting us and our department and the town as a whole. We feel your support, and so we greatly appreciate it as we continue to always enhance our facilities and be able to provide programming and facilities to our residents here in Carrboro. And as the build together, play together, as you mentioned, the pump track and the new playground is just examples of how Carrboro is continuing to always be at the forefront of the community, and we listen to our community members when we see and hear what they want to see out there. So thank all of you, and I have to thank all of our staff who do put in a lot of hours to make sure, as all these festivals that we do, it's without our staff, none of this is possible. So we really want to make sure they get all the credit they deserve. And I just want to highlight two big events we do have coming up in the next 2.5 weeks. Is this Thursday we have our Juneteenth event here at Town Commons, and that is a joint program with the town of Chapel Hill as well. And then we have our 4th of July program on the 4th here at starts at Weaver Street with the parade, and then we have Liquid Pleasure as our main band here on July 4th also.
Did you say Liquid Pleasure?
Yes, ma'am. And then we follow that up with our Frederick Douglass reading at the Century Center also on July 4th. So we have a lot going on. So again, we want to thank Town Council, our management team, and all of our staff for all their hard work. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferguson. All right. I was about to get jiggy with it. They said Liquid Pleasure. Breastfeeding family-friendly community. This is our next proclamation. Accepting will be Kathleen Anderson. Is this Anderson? Yes, it is. And Kathleen, I think I saw her. They had a big party out front earlier, to celebrate this proclamation. Finally here. Lots of hard work went into it, right? Yes, like she's about to jump out of her shoes. She's excited. Whereas families are a priority in the town of Carrboro, and part of helping families to thrive is ensuring that they receive community support to develop and sustain healthy lifestyles, and a parent's decision to breastfeed or provide human milk is supported by their family, by their workplace, and the community. And whereas, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Family Physicians, and other leading health organizations, breastfeeding is the optimal food for infants. And whereas breastfeeding is associated with lower rates of childhood illness, such as obesity, diabetes, and infectious diseases, as well as reduced risk of maternal breast and ovarian cancers, and a faster recovery from childbirth as compared to formula feeding. And whereas breastfeeding promotes social, emotional development, benefits the entire family, and is associated with lifelong health and development. And whereas our healthcare leadership recognizes that breastfeeding is a health equity concern and is dedicated to supporting optimal infant feeding in our community. Orange County Health Department received the North Carolina Breastfeeding Coalition Mother Baby Clinic Award, and community organizations, healthcare, and local lactation support groups provide information to families about the importance of breastfeeding, lactation, and human milk feeding. And whereas our maternity care center, UNC Hospitals, is proud to have maintained the baby-friendly designation, and healthcare providers and clinics in our community support a family's desire to start and continue to breastfeed and feed human milk. And whereas the active collaboration between health systems and community lactation advocates positively impacts breastfeeding successes. And whereas our community partners and employers welcome families to continue to breastfeed in all the places that families connect, grow, learn, play, shop, and dine, and support employees to continue to breastfeed or offer their express milk when returning to work or school. And whereas the International Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes recognizes that the inappropriate and unnecessary marketing and distribution of breast milk substitutes by healthcare facilities and businesses can impact the infant feeding practices of families. And our community partners affirm their commitment to supporting families to make informed infant feeding decisions. And whereas local education systems and child care programs in our community include images and books at all levels to normalize breastfeeding. And whereas, by providing a supportive and welcoming environment, a breastfeeding-friendly community encourages families of all races, ethnicities, tongue-tied too, and family structures to initiate and continue optimal infant feeding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Barbara M. Foushee, Mayor of the Town of Carrboro, do hereby proclaim the Town of Carrboro to be a
Breastfeeding family-friendly community.
woohoo! To be a breastfeeding family-friendly community. This is 17th day of June 2025, and I'm going to hand this over to Kathleen so she can take it with her, and you're welcome to say a few words, Kathleen. If you would like.
Yeah.
You okay?
Thank you. Yes, I'm okay. Yes, thank you, Mayor Foushee, and thank you all on the council. And I want to thank the entire community because Carrboro is probably one of the most welcoming communities. And we are so proud. I'm so proud. I'm so happy. Our schools, our businesses, our elected officials, our healthcare, we are all working together to support families to give a great start for their infants. And I think we should all be proud of ourselves as a community. We are doing a great job, and I'm very happy. I'm thrilled. Thank you.
You did great.
Oh, I don't know.
Thank you. You're welcome. She was real excited. She's been working on that. I'm proud of her, for real.
Mayor,
Yes.
I wanted just to also
Oh, go ahead,
acknowledge,
Town Manager, sorry.
Quintana Stewart and staff from Orange County. Quintana is the Public Health Director of Orange County, has been working on maternal health and health disparities for many years, including in Forsyth County and over a decade here in Orange County. So I just want her to stand and maybe acknowledge any staff that are here as well.
Quintana Stewart. I don't think I've seen you since the pandemic. She did all that hard work during the pandemic, Quintana Stewart and her staff. Thank you, Town Manager, for that recognition. The last one is Disability Pride Month, and accepting will be Krista Caraway, another very hardworking individual here in the community, particularly as it relates to disability and disability awareness. So I'm very proud to present this proclamation, Krista. Whereas Disability Pride Month is celebrated nationally and internationally each July to commemorate the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act on July 26, 1990, a landmark civil rights law prohibiting discrimination against people with disabilities. And whereas approximately 15% of the world's population are disabled, representing a rich spectrum of identities across age, race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, religion, and socioeconomic background. And whereas Carrboro is home to a vibrant and diverse disabled community whose presence, leadership, creativity, and advocacy deeply enrich our town. And whereas Disability Pride Month is an opportunity to honor the history, culture, and contributions of disabled people while affirming disability as a natural and valuable part of human diversity. And whereas this month challenges ableism, combats stigma, and promotes full inclusion and equity, by recognizing that disability is not a deficit, but a vital part of who people are and how they move through the world. And whereas Carrboro is committed to being a town where all people, including those with disabilities, can live with dignity, safety, access, joy, and pride. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Barbara M. Foushee, Mayor of the town of Carrboro, do hereby proclaim July 2025 as Disability Pride Month in Carrboro, North Carolina, and call upon all residents to join in recognizing and celebrating the disabled members of our community with visibility, with respect, and with solidarity. This, the 17th day of June, 2025. And I will invite Krista to the microphone because I know she got something to say. Come on, Krista. I just love her.
I do have something to say. Thank you, Mayor Foushee and Town Council and Carrboro. I stand here today not just as an advocate, but as a proud member of this disabled community, and I'm of my disabled family and community. My husband, our children, blended and beautiful, my sister-in-law, and my Carrboro friends are here. Disability pride means honoring who we are without apology. It means recognizing our value doesn't come from overcoming disability, but from embracing our humanity fully exactly as we are. We are artists, leaders, siblings, parents, survivors, and dreamers, and we all belong, especially here in Carrboro. This proclamation isn't just words on paper, it's a mirror, a megaphone, and a promise. Carrboro, thank you for lifting up our voices. This is for all of us, seen and unseen, spoken and unspoken. We are not broken, we are powerful, and we are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Krista. That's a wonderful and timely resolution. Continue the good work. Yep. So now I have Councilmember Palmer who will come up, and we have a resolution here that he is going to. Do you have it there? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi gente. Tu concejal de Carrboro está ocupadísimo esta noche con el trabajo de Carrboro y por eso no tardaré mucho con el porqué de esta resolución. Cada vez que el gobierno o estatal o federal toma pasos que exceden su autoridad o ponen en peligro nuestros vecinos, estaremos acá otra vez, enojados, decepcionados, pero obstinadamente defendiendo nuestra comunidad. Y por eso vamos a mandar esta resolución al gobernador para que él use su derecho de veto para rechazar esta ley. I'm going to skip most of that in English because the text is in English. So this is entitled a resolution urging Governor Josh Stein to veto SB 153 and HB 318. Whereas Senate Bill 153 and House Bill 318 will criminalize our neighbors, misuse and abuse state resources, and intend to terrify our communities. And whereas Senate Bill 153 would force state agencies to take additional and unnecessary steps to verify that undocumented immigrants are not benefiting from public services beyond what is required under federal law, likely slowing down the provision of services to all beneficiaries. And whereas House Bill 318 would expand the list of crimes that trigger citizenship verification to include nonviolent crimes, delay the start time for the required 48-hour ICE detainer hold, and require jail administrators to notify ICE in advance of releasing someone who was held on a detainer, and whereas these bills would not make our communities safer. I'm going to repeat that. Whereas these bills would not make our communities safer, but would rather distract law enforcement officers from their duty to provide public safety and force them instead to impose public terror. Now, therefore be it resolved, the town of Carrboro urges Governor Josh Stein in the strongest possible terms to veto these bills. This, the 17th day of June, 2025. Thank you for your time.
Let's get on, Councilmember Palmer, let's get a motion. it a motion to move that resolution?
I'm sorry, this is a resolution, so I would like to make a motion that we adopt this resolution and submit it to the governor.
Second.
Yes. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor of moving this resolution forward, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, Councilmember Palmer. We kind of scrambled to get that together, but it certainly was worth it, as we need the people to really press, for the right thing to be done in this situation. And I think this resolution clearly says what the right thing should be. Council members, I was going to ask if anyone, we've had some heavy stuff tonight about the Minnesota public officials, and also this resolution that we got together today. I appreciate all of you for that. It's just so much going on. It just seems like, we just can't address it all. I mean, it's just a lot. I see Councilmember Posada. I recognize him for comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who created this resolution and all this council for voting to move it forward. I'd want to just take a moment to highlight that Carrboro continues to be a leader in making our voices in our communities the center of everything we do, and highlighting the importance of community at the state and national level. Maybe folks know or not, one of the things I'm extremely proud of this week when it comes to our representation in Carrboro is that both Councilmember Palmer and myself were among 15 Latino elected leaders across North Carolina. We only have 27, and out of all those, 22 were eligible to sign this letter. 15 of us did. Democrats, independents, and Republicans, to the governor, letting him know that these bills fly in the face of the responsibility of local elected officials and that he needs to veto these. And that would not have happened without the leadership of Carrboro when I reached out to folks like, oh yeah, you're from Carrboro, signing on. And yesterday at the Governor's Advisory Council for Hispanic Latino Affairs, both the chair and of the whole committee and the chair of the policy committee both highlighted Carrboro's long-standing efforts of being the first in the fight when it comes to immigrant issues. So I just want to celebrate that fact. And I want to recognize that, as you mentioned, Mayor, being on this dais is not the easiest thing in the world. We all get all kinds of great messages and sometimes not so great. One of the things that I sit on as I think of why we continue to do this work, and it's because not only the folks that are in this room, but because we can play a role of being leaders, not just in this state, but in this country, of what real leadership and people-centered work can look like. So thank you to my colleagues again, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll yield back.
I just want to acknowledge our mayor for making a public comment about the Minnesota shootings. I want to say that publicly acknowledging the pain and the discomfort that we're all feeling, being in this time that is unprecedented in response to political division. It's up to us to stand together and to push back and to support appropriate discourse. It's up to us to define the kind of community and political conversation that should be had in this nation, and I applaud our mayor for lifting that up. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Now, do you have anything? I haven't forgotten about you over there. Anybody else at the dais? Danny's coming off. Go ahead.
No, just wanted to thank y'all. I appreciate all the comments, and I'm grateful for all of y'all and for the coordination on the resolution as well as the discussion from our mayor and Randy and others. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Now. And I'll just close by saying I'm a little uncomfortable because, first of all, this is, it's hard work by design. And, we all signed up for it. We love our community. We love the people in it. But we don't love the divisiveness, that we're experiencing right now. As Councilmember Haven O'Donnell said, this is unprecedented, what's happening right now. And never has it been more true that all politics are local. We've been saying that for years, and I do believe that communities across the country are looking at their local electeds to hold it in the road, right? Keep the community that we know and love. And I do believe that the folks at this dais are very sincere in their service, and I think that they work to do that every single day. So I did just want to say that. And with that being said, I'm going to see if I can't get back on track with the agenda with the town manager's update. Town Manager Tony.
Thank you, Mayor. Everything's really been said. I want to echo the Juneteenth celebration on Thursday and thank all of those, especially my staff, for the Pride events of last week and the major celebration, from Public Works to Public Safety and Recreation staff and Communications and Engagement. They always come through. Also, just want to acknowledge that Carrboro has been selected as a finalist for the All-America Cities. We have a great delegation selected to attend in Denver and compete for this major award that celebrates our race equity and sustainability work. And so we are really proud and excited of our town, and as we've heard, Carrboro, we are on the map, and as Councilmember Posada stated, we're always the first and the leader in these areas, and stay true to our pillars. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for your work, and thanks to my staff for pushing the needle to get the work done. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Town Manager Tony. So we are down to public comment. I have 3 people signed up for general public comment. I ask that you please, in the interest of fairness, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Address your comments to the council. And the first person that I have up is Heidi. Heidi Perot. Welcome, Heidi.
And I had 3 images that I wanted, so I think he's going to put the first one up now.
Okay.
While he's doing that, I noticed that although Krista said that our disabled community has lots of artists and poets, and so she forgot to mention that we have a lot of great athletes too. I see one of our cycling athletes over there, and anyway, this sort of ties into what I wanted to talk about first, which is something I'm a little embarrassed about in Carrboro. It's the image of the, no, not that one. It's
Corner.
that one.
Yes.
This was brought to my attention shortly after the library was opened, and I forgot to mention it to you all, and then it was most recently mentioned to me by my friend Stephen, who's going to speak in a minute, when he was in Carrboro during the Vision Zero Summit last week doing a walk audit, and could not believe that we had a ramp that was not ADA, had a curb that was not an ADA compliant ramp. And I honestly am totally embarrassed by this. I had asked Tina what could be done about it, and I've tried to get an update from her, and I haven't. But I'm hoping that somebody can, because I feel like this is an easy fix. And it's such an embarrassment to me. Every time I see it now, it's just so unwelcoming. So I'm hoping that will be fixed. That's the first thing. The second thing, if you can go the next. Yeah, so this is the exit from the parking deck at the Drakeford complex. And most of you who've been in there know that this is a downhill, quite a steep downhill. And the only indicator that you're going to be crossing a sidewalk when you come out of there is that little bumper above the cars that says watch for pedestrians. And I really think that this is going to be a big problem if we don't make this more visible by changing the color of the crossing, putting some sort of a crosswalk marking or something there. I just think that this needs more than what's there. Obviously, if it was a paid parking deck, you would have to stop to pay, but it isn't. So there's nothing to stop people or to slow them down before they cross the sidewalk. And then the third thing is one night I was coming home on the Libby-Cotton Bikeway and I encountered a car. And the driver seemed very confused about how to get out of there, and I was very confused about how she got there to begin with. And then a couple of days ago, I was in the parking lot that leads to the Cat's Cradle, and I found out why. It's because this is what the entrance to the Cat's Cradle from the Libby-Cotton Bikeway looks like. And I'm pretty sure that it's not supposed to have any access for cars. So if we could put a bollard in the middle of that or something to make it just a path that people can walk through, I think that would keep people from being very confused about why they ended up on the Libby-Cotton Bikeway. I know you all can't be everywhere all at once, so I just want to bring these things to your attention because I think they're simple things that are really important for the safety of our town. So, thank you.
I had to clap for that. Right? So thank you, Heidi. Town Manager Tony is making notes and is aware, and I'm sure we'll be on it. We appreciate you for bringing that forward. Next, I have Mr. Robert L. Campbell. Robert, Minister Campbell. And then Mr. Stephen Hardy, you'd come up next.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman and managers. What I wanted to speak on is actually on the agenda. But since I'm up here, I just want to first say thank you and encourage you to pass the recommended funding for the human service that we do at Rogers Road. As of today, we actually have 35 young people signed up for the summer enrichment camp. We will not be able to go above 40 simply because of the spaces that are being used and because of the youth work program. And so the funding is very important to the works we do. And we are in an area of this time of year where students are out of school, therefore they are dependent on their parents to provide their meals for them. And we also identified in our last food safety workshop, there is a food desert between Rangewood and Neville's Road that is not really getting served by any of a consistent food pantry. And we noticed on our data that a lot of the resident is coming from that area to the Rogers Road Food Bank. We are open to serve everyone that comes, but at times we end up running out of supplies before 1 o'clock. We normally would run out around 4:30, but the demand for the service is the reason why we ask for such a large amount. But we would make what we get work, and we'll stay within the budget so we don't have to deplete other funds. So I thank you for your efforts, and I thank you for hopefully that you're going to pass that recommended budget. Thank you for your time, and thank you for this opportunity to speak for the Rogers Eubanks Neighborhood Association.
Thank you so much, Minister Campbell. That item is on our consent agenda. Stephen, welcome. Can you
Thank you.
Yes. Reach? Okay, you got it.
Good evening. I'd like to first thank Heidi for offering to speak for me because I live about 115 miles east of here. This was important to me, so I did my best to get here in person, despite the traffic that in the Triangle. I did my best to be here in person so I could speak for myself and make myself available for any questions. It is very nice to be back here in Carrboro after I was here for the 2013 statewide bicycle summit. Carrboro was then selected because of its silver bicycle-friendly status. And it was great to be here then, bring an entire conference of several hundred people then, and really enjoyed it. Been back a few times for your wonderful market, your restaurants, and friends here. Last week, I was attending the statewide Vision Zero Institute, and this had involved 16 teams from around the state that are working to reduce traffic deaths and violence to zero, because we don't accept any traffic deaths on our road. We want to improve our roads for safety. And it was, included in part of that was a walking tour of your fine town. And I was excited about this, but I got to see more aspects of it. It was meant to be showcasing a positive model for other towns and cities across the state. And I learned during the tour, talking with some of your staff, that the town was working on its ADA accessibility barrier inventory and transition plan. And I get disabilities are complex, and they're varied, and they're dynamic, and they intersect with so many other things, and they impact everybody. But I also understand that 1990 law that was built on the 1973 Section 504 Act, so it's kind of been around for a while. This law required these plans to be done by July of 1992, so we're kind of a little late, but I can understand procrastination from the poem is something that we do, okay? So, but these plans were supposed to, like, anything new built after 1990 and then phase in the old things that are possible. But I understand it's complex. There's old things here, there's historical things, there's barriers. It's challenging. I get that. So on this tour, frustration and disappointment grew because there were things on the Greenway, there was the gravel parking lot, there was other things. But then I got to the brand new library, and it looked gorgeous. And I'm wheeling across this clean, unspoiled new cement, and I got excited. And then the group and I get to the corner of North Greensboro and Robinson Streets, and I apologize, but I burst out and was cursing y'all in public. The message that moment sent to me was that I was not welcome or wanted here. It was as if there was a sign posted saying, temporarily able-bodied people only. In the mobility disability community, we talk about other people being tabs. But the rest of you will either one day join us with some kind of disability as you age, or you'll die. You're all going to eventually be it. 1/5, 1/6 of us are already disabled. Anyway, I don't understand how a simple thing like a mandatory ramp was not planned for, made, or noticed by anybody until last Monday night. Now, I guess I hear from Heidi, it was noticed, but nothing was done. So the civil rights of people with disabilities, it's my civil right, access, and other people's, but ramps benefit everybody. So how could it be overlooked? Now, if you go back and install the mandatory ramp that's missing, it's going to cost taxpayers here to fix somebody's mistake. So let's not make that incompetence, let's not pay for that again. But if they really meant to deny people with disabilities access, that's a bigger violation. So I think it's a neglect. So if you could tell me who's responsible for this incompetence, so we can see how we can educate them for the professional licensure agency, so we can do what they can do, what they do to prevent this from happening again. I just want to know who's accountable for this insult. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. You came from Farmville, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen didn't tell you, but the reason he's using a wheelchair is because he's hit 60 miles an hour by a woman driving without a license, without insurance, and with expired tags. And he was on his bicycle. And this was several years ago.
I appreciate your comments, Stephen. Thank you so much. So that's all that I have signed up for the general public comment. Are there people in the hall? I see some folks out there. I'm not sure if you are here for the public hearing for 400 North Greensboro, or if you have a general public comment.
I have a public comment about town business that's later on your agenda, on the parking resolution on Elm Street.
Oh, Elm Street. You
Yeah.
can do that now.
Can I do that now?
Yeah, you can
Awesome.
do it now.
I've got
Yeah,
a
yeah.
7-year-old waiting for dinner.
Yes,
so.
yes. Can you just state your name and,
Yeah.
and you know where you live here?
Appreciate it. My name is Daniel Crease. I'm the homeowner at 107 Elm Street. I've been in this community for 14 years. I've got 2 kids, 14 and 7. I'm also a professor at UNC, and I bike to campus. So I'm a very strong supporter of bicycling around town, et cetera, as well as walk my youngest kid to Carrboro Elementary School. So we're pedestrians and bicycle commuters. I just want to speak in support of keeping the current parking as it is. I just, as a homeowner there, it's never been a problem for our property, at least for the neighbors that I've talked to. I think most importantly, what I've kind of noticed is that the parking is mostly from local area businesses as well as the farmers markets, including workers at Mercado, people coming to visit various establishments in the morning who are parking there as part of municipal workers, et cetera. I think there's an access and ease to sort of being able to park on Elm Street. I've never been aware of any particular problem with that in the past. Also say, just as a homeowner, like, you know, one reason I love living in downtown is that we don't have huge lots. We have shared driveways. It promotes environmental friendly living. And I have a shared driveway whenever we have work done with on our house, or if I have family in town, et cetera. Just being able to have the convenience of being able to park in the street is just helpful for us. My mother-in-law, for instance, in her 70s, can park there. We can still can park right outside of our house and gain access to our house. So in any event, just to sum up, I just, as a homeowner there, just wanted to speak out in support of leaving it as is, mostly in support of the local businesses, and I very much sort of appreciate you all taking this issue up. And I'm not personally aware of any issues that have been in the past, but I believe it's important that we support our downtown and have a thriving downtown. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the hallway that, oh, I have someone right here. I also live on Elm Street. Yeah, you go ahead. And the gentleman in the ball cap, are you wanting to speak on Elm Street as well? Okay, so you'll come right up. If you would just state your name, where you live, please. Elm Street.
Right.
And what's your name?
My name is Martha Wheeler. I live
Martha Wheeler.
I live
Thank
at
you.
111 Elm Street. I've lived there for 38 years, and I'm honestly not aware of any time there's been an issue with fire truck access. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but I've never been aware of it. Regarding the proposed town code amendment restricting parking on Elm Street, I've gotten a message on my doorknob 3 times about it, all with the same map. But the third one was more restrictive than the first, which didn't seem to bode well to me. But to me, it feels like the residents of Elm Street are being picked on. There are a lot of narrow streets in Carrboro. I'm sure the streets were constructed before any 20-foot rule for fire truck access existed. And therefore, it seems like they could be grandfathered in as long as the fire trucks can actually pass. If Elm Street is made no parking in order to be hospitable to visiting friends or family, I would need to move my car to the town hall parking lot. I can do that. I'm 70 years old now. I don't know how long I'll be able to do that, but I can do that. But when it comes to people who need to work at my house, it might be impossible to avoid their parking on the street. There are trucks that do not fit in my driveway, and I don't always know when they're coming. The man who mows my lawn has a truck with a mowing equipment cart behind it. You all know what I mean, I'm sure. And that would not fit in my driveway. Right now, there's construction going on at 114 Elm Street, the little house that used to be blue. Yeah. This morning, there was a truck parked on the curb side of the street and one in the driveway. That was fine with me. There's no place else for them to go. So I hope you'll think and consider an alternative to making the whole street a no parking zone. It's honestly not clear to me what the driving force is behind the proposal. I don't know if it has to do with someone wanting to be able to back out of her driveway, or if it has to do with fire vehicle access. If the primary goal is to assure that people at 108 Elm could back safely out of their driveway, which I understand that they want to do, you could make it no parking from 108 Elm Street to Weaver Street, which is the opposite way of what's been suggested. But if your priority is fire truck access, we could try making just the sidewalk part of the street no parking, so that would still leave a clear path for vehicles to go without, weaving around. Did that make sense? You all understand what I mean? Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. We appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Could I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Just, if there is no parking on Elm Street, people are going to speed through there, and I'm not crazy about that idea. Thank you.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so much, Ms. Wheeler. We appreciate it. I thought it was the gentleman in the cap. Oh, is it okay?
I was just going to say.
What's your name?
My name is Love Anderson. I'm with the Breastfeeding Family Friendly
Oh,
Communities.
okay.
May we welcome all the parents with young children who came to be able to go feed their babies. That's it. If you guys need to exit. That's it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you certainly can. I mean, if you, like, we're not holding hostage or anything. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll just wait until you guys. Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see here. Thank you. So everybody's getting resituated. Okay. Come on up. Just state your name and where you live, please.
Hi there, my name is Gabe Barker, and I live on 103 East Poplar, and I am the owner of Pizzeria Mercado. And I'm also requesting that we at least hold turning Elm Street into a no parking zone, or at least do our due diligence and really do research on the change that might create. I employ about 21 people, about 90% of which live here in Carrboro. Although not all of them are within biking or walking distance, and do use that part of the street to park on depending on the day. As a small business, we'll be 10 years old coming up this year, and I want to be a positive contribution to my community, and I most importantly want to be a good neighbor to my people that are down the street, as someone who also lives in the neighborhood. It's hard to be a small business, and we don't need anything, albeit I don't think it's a big issue to walk half a block from the parking lot to come there. I know guests of my business do. And it is a complaint that we get even with having what the town requires as adequate parking for my business. If it does pose a safety issue for emergency vehicles, I can understand that as a problem, and just hope that we really research and see that it is impassable for them, or the number of occurrences that have been caused by that over a period of time, and really plan and think about it. I want people to come to Carrboro to celebrate, to enjoy our restaurants, to enjoy our farmers market, Carrboro Music Festival, the myriad of events that we put on that bring people to us to kind of show what a wonderful and diverse community we have. And I do believe that even if we have no parking there on Elm Street, people will still park there. I watch that happen every Saturday. I ask people, because I want to be a good neighbor, people will park in the parking lot of my business, and I just ask them that they be gone by the time that we open at 11, so that people who want to patronize my business can use it, but that's not always the case. But part of me being a good neighbor is being patient and trying to allow that, because I don't want to create a fuss over something that might be a minor inconvenience, but is not a huge disruption to my ability to operate. And at least from my communication with my neighbors, as somebody who lives right down the street, it does seem like the overall consensus is that we would like to be able to have access to that and use that. If you have a large family and they come to visit you at your house, but you only have space for 2 cars, where do they go? If you have young kids and you live even 3/4 of a mile on Greensboro and you're coming to dinner at my business, you're most likely not going to walk or bike. If those kids start getting tired or grumpy, you need to get them out of there and get them home. And so I believe that I just want to see due diligence be done, and really make a really concrete and firm thought process before the final decision is made.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
for
comments.
your time. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Anyone else for general public comment? This gentleman here. Name and address, please. Welcome.
Hi, Michael Reckless, 114 Elm Street. Basically, it's about the Elm Street parking.
folks have already said pretty much everything I would say, so I would ask you to please consider allowing at least parking on one side of the road, if not things as they currently are. I don't want to take up any more time because I think everyone else has really said all of the points that I would have addressed. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it. Anyone else for public comment? All right, so that ends our public comment period. We are down to the consent agenda. Town Manager Tony, not really. It'll be the mayor. So the consent agenda, of course, we know is a part of normal town business. It's a healthy consent agenda tonight with 19 items. Council members, I know some of you have sent questions ahead of time. Hopefully you got your answers. Is there, I don't see anybody's hand to pull.
Madam Mayor?
Any items? Oh, Councilmember Frey, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move that we pull item 16, approval of recommended human services funding, to the general agenda section of this meeting so that we're able to discuss the new information we received from the manager.
Okay. So that is a motion from Councilmember Frey. Is there a second to do that?
I'll second that.
Thank you so much. So it's been moved and properly seconded that we move consent agenda item 16 to our general agenda for discussion. This is our last council meeting, so that is appropriate, and we do need to go ahead and discuss information we received today. I had a feeling this was going to end up for discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mayor Pro Tem, do you get that? Oh, yeah, so he says yes. So the motion passes 7-0. We'll move that to discussion after I see what Councilmember Posada needs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was simply going to ask if there is no other items that are.
It's tomorrow, sir. Tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes, so thank you, Madam Mayor. Where my train of thought? Yes, so unless there's other items that the council wants to pull, I would move for the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and properly seconded that we move items 1 through 15, 17, 18, and 19 from the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That is the consent agenda. We will move item number 16 after our update on capacity analysis for reimagining Weaver Street. So that is our consent agenda. Town Manager Tony, first item, which is our public hearing.
First item is public hearing it's a quasi judicial public hearing for special use permit A, application for a 3-story building at 400 North Greensboro Street.
Thank you, Town Manager Tony. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I'm also going to ask if there are any witnesses that need to be sworn in so we don't miss that. Expert testimony, anybody? Okay, so I see maybe 2. Jim Spencer, maybe 3. So you come over to our town clerk and he will do everybody at once.
Okay, tasty. I might need that. Sorry, I'm short, as you can see. Sorry, I'm trying not to back up.
Are about to provide is truth to the best of your knowledge.
Okay, thank you. So, so we will have staff, which will be Marty. We will hear from the applicant and any public comment about 400 North Greensboro Street. We will head into council deliberation. I'm just going through what's going to happen. Council deliberations, and we'll close the public hearing and maybe move to a decision. So thank you, Marty.
Thank you. Good to see everyone. And I will just jump right in. I do have a relatively brief presentation. council members have seen this through the conditional rezoning process previously, so the project has not significantly changed since then, so I will just kind of make my way through the presentation and we'll go from there. Vicinity map, just highlighted in green, is the location, right kind of wedged between the Shelton Station project and Southern States. Here's a street image showing the existing one-story small house, and you can see Shelton Station on the left and Southern States kind of in the background on the right there. Just have to enter some basic information for the record here, so I'll try to make my way through this quickly. Again, it was conditionally rezoned to B1G conditional zoning with both non-residential uses on the first floor and up to a total of 7 multifamily dwelling units allowed on the site. And there were some additional conditions imposed at the rezoning stage. It's about 0.37 acres in size. And again, the applicant is requesting the maximum, the 7 residential units. Though the rezoning does allow for non-residential units, there are none proposed at this time. They are, retaining the ability or the option of coming back for a permit modification in the future, should circumstances warrant, a desire to put a non-residential use on the first floor. But as of now, it is all residential. Size-limited homes do not apply because it's a relatively small number of units. And they have agreed, and we have a condition that imposes that they submit to the town the affordable housing payment equivalent for 2 dwelling units before a building permit is issued. One other rezoning condition of note, just to make sure that it caught your attention in the staff report and the responses from the applicant related to the rezoning conditions. They had a list of choices and had to choose 3 environmental green infrastructure elements to be included. Those 3 are energy conservation, alternative transportation, and stormwater management. I'm just highlighting those for the moment. If you want to delve into further discussion about it, I'm happy to answer questions, or more appropriately, Jim Spencer might be able to explain in more detail what he's doing with that. There is a specific request to take the tree canopy, which would otherwise be a 40% requirement based on residential use, down to 20%, which is allowed by ordinance as long as council finds that acceptable. Jim has prepared a letter, which is attachment E, explaining why he feels that that is a justified request in this particular situation. Response to comment, concept plan comment from the planning board was included in the staff report. We're past that. I do have a couple of drawings here just to reference, and again, we can talk about them in more detail as needed, or if needed. This is the overall site plan, then I have a kind of zoomed in version. If you can follow the cursor, it's North Greensboro Street, the Parker Street right-of-way, which has a gravel driveway, not a driveway, it is a road in it at this point. Southern States is over here, as I said, and Shelton Station is over here. So they are proposing to basically clear the site of all the existing trees, and the existing 1-story house goes away in favor of this 3-story building, which the footprint is up near the street, going to the back here, and then a parking lot and a little garden seating type area on the north side of the site in the back, with parking lot here right behind the building. There are improvements to Parker Street. They will be dedicating right-of-way on the Parker Street side and widening the existing sidewalk on North Greensboro Street and adding a sidewalk to Parker Street. Again, I just have this here for reference. If we want to, zoom in and talk about it in more detail, we can. But knowing that you've seen most of this before, the Parker Street improvements are perhaps new, but I'm just going to keep moving for the moment. I do have the landscaping plan with the trees imposed to give you some kind of reference point here for what types of plantings they are doing. And what you see here again does meet the 20% requirement for tree canopy, but does not currently meet the 40% requirement. There's a separate but related requirement that the vehicle accommodation area, that is the parking lot and sidewalk, be shaded by 35% trees, and they have met that as well. So you see most of the larger trees kind of proposed along the edge of the parking lot here to get to that 35% standard for that particular area. We have some images here of what the proposed architecture looks like, and again, Jim can speak to this in more detail. It has been designed in a manner that meets the downtown architectural standards that are in the ordinance related to glazing on the first and upper floors, recessed entranceway, et cetera. I won't go through every one of those, but they do meet them, I'm happy to say. So I've kind of honed in here on a few things that council needs to kind of focus on. One, to state it for the record, the project does comply with all applicable land use ordinance requirements, subject to a few things that I've noted here. Jim's going to provide some testimony tonight on the monetary values associated with the urban amenities. It has been clear through the review process that they comply, but we just don't have we didn't have in advance of sending the package out the actual numbers, so Jim will share those with you tonight. Tree canopy, I've already spoken about going from 40 down to 20%, and continuing compliance with the rezoning conditions. The attachment with the rezoning, I also included Jim's annotated responses, so it's clear to everyone how he's responding to and complying with the rezoning conditions. There are 10 recommendations recommended by staff, 12 total if you consider our first two boilerplate ones. And there's a list included, recommendations from advisory boards. There weren't that many comments from advisory boards, there were a few. So I have here for reference, if we need to talk about it, the conditions for the conditional rezoning, and then I have the usual kind of summary sheet with our 12 recommended by staff, and then, 14 is what I'm showing here. I may have.
Marty, I believe this 12 refers to a different
Yes.
project.
Yeah, that's not.
Sorry about that. There's a glitch in my presentation.
Sounds green.
I will
That's okay.
fix, as you guys talk to Jim, I will fix that. I'll get the right one on the G drive. I thought I had the right one up here. Sorry about that. In any event, the advisory boards, again, didn't have too much to say. It is in your package. The Stormwater Advisory Group actually met on Thursday evening after your package went out, but I did hear from their staff liaison that they recommended approval. They didn't have too much to say. I know Danny was present, so he may want, if you'd like to hear from him, he was at the meeting. And with that, I'll stop. Happy to answer any questions, or otherwise we can turn it over to Jim.
And so, the draft decision document in our packet is attachment I.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. That was a request from council during the last hearing, so we do have that prepared and ready to go tonight if you choose to go there tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Marty. Council members want to move, just go ahead and hear from the applicant, public, then we'll come back around. Thanks, Marty.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm Jim Spencer of JSA Architects on Brewer Lane, and excited to be back here after a good while to present the SUPA presentation for 400 North Greensboro Street. I want to thank the council manager's office and the planning staff for all the hard work on this project. It's kind of been a long process, about 3 years, I believe, since Sam Mitchell, the owner, brought a concept plan forward on this parcel. He unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. He's traveling on business, but I'm happy to represent him and his partner, Thomas Layton, of the LLC that owns the property, and will be your new neighbors, hopefully. I have from our team here tonight, Michael Fiocco from Civil Consultants, Civil Engineering, and Ty Sutton, who's the appraiser, if you have questions about the appraisal. David Swanson, our landscape architect, couldn't be here tonight. He's with his wife celebrating her mom's 100th birthday. But I think I can answer questions regarding the landscaping plan for you. So as I mentioned, it's been about a 3-year process. The RCZ to rezone to the B1G CZ was in May of last year. We've been working diligently with staff and Sungate and other parties to, I think, resolve any unresolved issues. As Marty pointed out, I don't think there's been really significant change to the project since then, other than a few things I would consider improvements. I do want to actually thank Marty for his hard work in getting us to this point on there. He's done a lot of legwork on this project. We think it's a project that really is a good embodiment of Carrboro Connects, the comprehensive plan. It's a small infill project that produces revenue and residential and on a redevelopment site downtown with existing infrastructure that's good, not a lot of existing infrastructure to rework. We will be making improvements to Parker Street, as was noted by Marty, and to our stormwater on site. The site's about 0.37 acres, as Marty pointed out again, and it's neighboring the Shelton Station development, Southern States, and then there's a couple of small lots. One's a laydown space for Southern States, and another one that's a potential redevelopment site back to our east. The building is, as you remember, is a 3-story. It's about 11,400 square feet on 3 levels, 7 units. These are going to be owner-occupied units. These are all former Carolina graduates who want to live in downtown Carrboro and have been waiting for a number of years to hopefully build a building they can be in and walk around downtown, bike around downtown. They're excited about the project and wanted me to convey that to you, that they're not here tonight. They were at the CZ meeting. The main 2 changes from the last time we saw you are a slight reduction in the parking on site from 10 spaces to 8 spaces. It's largely to do with Sam's desire to have really more green space on the site and a little more formal entry into the rear of the building. And so it really equals 1 space per unit plus 1 accessible parking space on site in the current configuration. We'll also have bicycle parking, and I'll get to it later, but there'll be EV charging for both cars and bikes on site. I'm just going to quickly go through some of the items that Marty talked about and kind of explain our resolution on these points for you, and I'm happy to answer any questions or talk to any questions that might come up from the public about them. The density bonus, section 15-141 that was mentioned, getting from 5 to 7 units. Obviously, I feel personally that this is an appropriate density for a small downtown site. It's a small building and a nice opportunity to build needed residential without a large building that kind of has to cobble parcels together. We've chosen those 3 items that Marty mentioned before: energy conservation. It'll be an all-electric building, very energy efficient window and glazing insulation systems, white TPO roof. So it'll have a lot of automated systems in the management of the building. Stormwater management, which we've really worked hard on, Michael and crew with Sungate and the town's public works, about providing a stormwater system that both kind of goes beyond what the requirement is for the site, but also allows us to provide some stormwater infrastructure in Parker Street that could be tied into by future developments on the street, which I think is an important piece when we're doing this project. And the third of alternate transportation. Really, I mean, Sam and his friends really most of them don't plan to have a car on this site, but we did think, practically speaking, to have one space per unit. There will be, as I mentioned, e-charging for both for car vehicles and for bicycle parking on site, as well as they'll have bike lockers inside the building. The tree canopy reduction, section 15319, we recognize as an important one, and it's an important one probably to citizens in the town. Carrboro is well known for its tree canopy. So David Swanson, I think, has designed a really thoughtful landscape plan here to really include a lot of trees on this site, a lot more trees than are currently on site. The large trees that are on the site, large willow oaks on Greensboro, are nearing the end of their life, and frankly would preclude development of the site if they were kept on site. They're nice trees, but as we know from Chapel Hill experience, and willow oaks do die and do drop limbs at a point. So the idea here is to shade the parking as required by ordinance, provide some nice new street trees, both on Parker and on Greensboro, and then a lot of other smaller plantings on site that would provide habitat. I think, going forward, obviously, on a certain size parcel, you'll end up with probably a different tree canopy requirement in the ordinance, but I do think this is a site that can be very green and can provide a lot of different types of landscaping, without that 40% requirement. Affordable housing, we mentioned payment in lieu, and we're agreeable to paying that fee that was agreed to in the CZ before the building permit is issued. On the downtown livability amenities and urban amenities, as Marty mentioned, I think it's a very strong point for the project. There's specific ordinance requirements for area, the area being roughly 12% of your lot area, which is equivalent to about roughly 2,000 square feet on this site, 1,950 square feet to be precise, and we've provided about 3,000 square feet. This is in the sunken garden area that's in the back of the site, which is a social gathering space for the residents. It's in the rooftop pergola, which will be planted with live plants, and I meant to also mention on the landscaping and tree canopy that we're planning to comply with the Climate and Environmental Action Committee's recommendations from their meeting with their breakout meeting with David Swanson during that last joint boards review. They just had some alternative plantings that they suggested, natives and other things, and David is fine to do that and plans to. Also, the street trees are a small area included in the downtown livability areas, as well as there's one other thing that was in there. Pergola street, the sidewalks, the expansion of the sidewalks, both on North Greensboro from a 4-foot sidewalk now to a brick edge 10-foot sidewalk to meet the downtown standard, and then a new 5-foot sidewalk, accessible sidewalk on Parker Street. You guys might remember, the public may not, that in the CZ we talked about a private sidewalk on Parker as part of the process, but in the end we decided to dedicate that additional 5 feet of right-of-way for a town-owned sidewalk that could be joined to future developments along Parker on that side. So that kind of ends up as a dedication of about 7 additional feet of right-of-way on our side of the street on Parker. The urban amenities are tied, as Marty mentioned, to a dollar figure, and that is a percentage of 7% of the current assessed value of the lot, which is $580,000. So it's about $40,000 in amenities. We have a an estimate from our contractor at about $350,000 worth of amenities on those items I mentioned. That's primarily in the sunken garden in the back, which is a heavily planted area with furnishings and seat walls, the planted rooftop pergola, the street trees, and the sidewalk expansions for those. So that's the meeting of that piece of the ordinance. Stormwater, I won't talk about much because I have Michael here to answer any questions about that you might have. But essentially, we're providing a subsurface detention and infiltration device that will handle runoff to the 100-year storm in Carrboro, so beyond required. I think Josh is here from Sungate too. If you have questions for him about that. As I mentioned, I have Ty Sutton from our appraiser here. If you want to ask him questions later, and he can testify to the no injury clause in the ordinance about the value of the property and surrounding properties. And then the architectural standards Marty mentioned, and we comply with the 60% glaze in ground level and the 80-foot facade, the breaks in the facade, the material requirements for that. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. I meant to kind of scroll through my images as I described it, but seeing as how you've seen this a number of times, I'll be happy to land on any of these that you want. I've got essentially this presentation is the drawings that were submitted for the SUPA, and then I did as Marty mentioned, I zoomed in on some of the site plans if people have particular questions about sidewalks, parking, EV stuff, anything like that. There's a blown up version of the site plan, and there's a blown up version of the landscape plan. If there are questions about trees or other types of landscaping on the project. I think I'll leave it at that for the moment and answer any questions that the council has for me, and then be happy to answer any that come up with regards to the project from the public.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I think, there's someone else that we're going to hear from. Several people were sworn in. Council members, did you want to ask Mr. Spencer anything? You want to hear from everyone, and then we'll come back. So who would be next, Mr. Spencer? Whoever else was sworn in.
I have
welcome to
Michael
come
Fiocca's our civil engineer. If there's, I might give him to say a brief word about the stormwater system, but or we can just answer questions, however you want to do it.
Yeah, briefly about stormwater is good. We'll come to the questions at the end.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councilmen, council persons. My name is Michael Fiocco. I'm a civil consultant. We're civil engineers in Durham, North Carolina. I live just down the street in Pittsboro. And our stormwater strategy for this will be beneath the parking lot. So it will be a stone infiltration system that will have pipes within it that will relieve the larger storms. We've tested the soil, and so the infiltration rate is known, and we've designed the stone detention area to accommodate that infiltration rate. So we will detain the 25-year storm, which was a commitment in our zoning, but in providing the design, we will actually be detaining all storms up to the 100-year storm. We will infiltrate the first inch of runoff, and that are the first inch and the 25-year are the two commitments that we have, or ordinance requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Okay, so there's one more gentleman.
My name is Alan W. Winfield Ty Sutton Jr. I'm a principal with Sutton Shively Appraisals out of Greensboro, North Carolina. I've been appraising for 30 years, and I'm a NC State Certified General Licensed Appraiser. I hold the MAI, SRA, and AIGRS designations, which are the highest commercial, residential, and review designations put out by the Appraisal Institute. The designations require significant additional peer review, education requirements, and national testing, and governed by the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. use map, which requires me to be objective, impartial, and independent. I have reviewed and signed the report on the property at 400 North Greensboro Street, Carrboro, which was prepared by Rich Kirkland Jr., MAI, with Kirkland Appraisals, LLC. The scope of the assignment is to address whether or not the proposed development will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the neighborhood in which it is located. The property is proposed to be developed with 7 condo units and a 3-story building. The report utilizes examples focusing on proximity as well as matched paired. Therefore, it is concluded, based on the data and analysis presented by the proposed development and/or use will not substantially injure the value of the adjoining property. It is also concluded that the proposed development and/or use will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the neighborhood in which it is located. If you have any questions, I can answer them or answer them later.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I have one member of the public signed up to speak. Speaking in approval is Avera. Is that Avera?
Ivara Golden.
Ivara.
From 108 South Peak Drive. I just wanted to say, I go to Carrboro Run Club, so I go past this lot quite often. And I just wanted to speak in approval of the project, both for its building and density in a spot that I think is really wise, as well as the 10-foot sidewalk. Sounds amazing. And I'm really appreciative of the 1 parking unit per space, that it's 7 units for overall as well as inaccessible. I think that's great, especially when there is a lot of parking nearby. So I just want to speak in like high approval and praise of the project. Also love the brick facade. Thank you.
All right, thank you. High energy there. I love it. Any other members of the public to speak on this matter? 400 North Greensboro Street. All right. Council members, questions? Okay, so let's get Frey, and then we'll get Haven O'Donnell to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No questions from me. I am very familiar with this project. I have been following this since it first arrived as a concept plan. It has not changed appreciably since then. Mr. Spencer has delivered a masterclass in how to work our ordinance. This is a very, very Carrboro building. It is doing all the things we are asking of it. I just wanted to note about the canopy that I'm pretty sure on a lot of this size, it is spatially impossible to meet the 40% canopy requirement. I think they've done an excellent job of getting as close as they could. Yeah, I have nothing further to add here, and I think that's reflected by the advisory board comments.
Yep, thank you. Councilmember Haven O'Donnell.
Yeah, I haven't seen this project since, oh God, I guess last year or so during the concept review. I really appreciate the work that's being done to to focus on electrification and maximizing what can be done on a small footprint. I agree with the concerns about canopy and the fact that the way that parcel is, you're just not going to be able to get more trees saved, and in fact, the ones that are there are, they're going to be compromised. I get that. My question is, and I do not recall the full conversation, what happened to the question about solar on the roof, or at least having the roof solar ready? Just remind me.
The roof will be solar ready for sure. We're still looking into as this technology is developing, where it's not just putting solar panels on roofing anymore, but having solar products as the roofing. We are looking at it. It's a little bit of a difficult time right now. Pricing wise, steel is about twice as much as it was 2 weeks, a month ago, and so. But the roof will at minimum be solar ready.
I would just.
They have a lot of interest in putting it on top of the roof, and maybe, although we plan to plant the top of the pergola,
Right.
but the other areas on the roof will be solar ready, and may end up with PV on them to start.
Yeah, I would just suggest that they get in touch with the folks at Central Pines, because Central Pines does what you would call, they do buyers group buying. And
Okay.
there's a lot of forward movement on solarizing residential properties.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely we will.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Haven O'Donnell. Mayor Pro Tem Now, do you have anything? We haven't forgotten about you there.
No, just since Marty mentioned it, the stormwater comments were very brief, but very much in line with Councilmember Frey's feedback. They really appreciated, I think, how much their feedback has been incorporated in the process and collaboration throughout this. So just kind of wanted to relay that as far as that is on SWAC's behalf.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Spencer, and then Councilmember Palmer.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
I just wanted to make one comment that Michael pointed out, that I had a brief conversation with Marty this afternoon about one of the conditions in the approval document, number 6, relates to
Jim, do you
Yes.
have that on a slide?
Marty probably has it ready.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he can put it up. And so it relates to that you would have generally, well, it actually just says that that the applicant would have a as-built and Mylar of the stormwater system provided to the town before issuance of the building permit, which Michael pointed out, it's not possible because we wouldn't have it built by then. I think in the old days, and this may relate to some rewriting of some state statute stuff, but in the old days, that would be prior to issuance of a CO, so that you're beholden to the system you designed for the project. But we just wanted to make sure we're not agreeing to provide an as-built of a storm system that wouldn't be built before issuance of the building permit. So I don't know if that's a rewording thing or a caveat. Mr. Herman might want to weigh in on it, but we just wanted to point that wording of that out. Thank you.
Microphone, Nick. Nick, microphone, so we can hear you. Sorry. You know what? Get it right.
Okay, I'm getting good at this. Jim, if you had prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy,
Yeah, we'd be agreeable to that.
you'd be agreeable to that?
Sure.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, quick question. I think the copy that we have here says before the release of bond. Does that work as written? So, or before release of a bond if some features are not yet in place at the time of issuing the permit, or
Well-
are you really in a bind?
No, I don't think we're opposed to it, but he may be able to speak to that. I think it's just if we if there was no bond and we built it according to plan before issuance of CO, then that might be also a thing.
I'll just jump in briefly and say Jim did give me a kind of preview of this matter before the meeting tonight, and I caught up with Nick before the meeting, and I have referenced, as you may recall in some previous projects, this issue with tying something to the CO. In this particular case, as I discussed with Nick, it is a situation where the applicant is asking for that to be, I think the term would be self-imposed. So the staff doesn't, and through Nick's conversation with Nick, we don't have any particular issue with changing it to CO in this particular case. I hope that's helpful. You're correct that the bond is referenced here. Even at the CO stage, we will likely be holding a bond for some period of time. So it's just a technicality. Yeah.
Okay. Good for it.
Thanks.
Councilmember Palmer.
Yes. Let's try this. Oh, hey, there it is. I just wanted to thank Mr. Spencer for covering the one thing that was going to be my question, but which is about the feedback from the CEAC. They listed actually 3 different things, but one of those was the 85% natives. And so just to reconfirm for you, I think that's possibly a rewording by us of adding that as a condition, or no? That's my question. to y'all. Do we need to take action to do that?
I don't know. I don't.
I
Oh, please repeat.
Sorry. So in the packet, there's the staff recommended set of conditions. And for the general public, for this step, this is a by consent thing. So both parties, both the applicant and us, have to be on board with what the list of conditions are. So I'm just trying to establish clarity on what our conditions are that we're adopting. And I'm hearing from the applicant that they like the 85% native plantings, and I wanted to make sure that that was in what we adopted. And procedurally, I'm not sure, but I see Councilmember Frey shaking a head that there's not action needed by us. So thank you. This is just me learning the ropes. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all good, Councilmember Palmer. Mr. Spencer, you look like you were going to say something.
I was just going to say that I think that in theory we're in agreement with the recommendations that were made about SEAC, and but I would be a little hesitant without David here to say that we could promise compliance with that percentage, but it will. He basically said we'll use as many as we think will be compatible on the site and will thrive and survive in this this environment. So,
Well, are you comfortable with saying any percentage, or that you would be able to without him here? And if you're not, that's fine too. Up to.
Could that? I'm trying to think if that would be something that could be reviewed in construction drawings with staff or something. But I mean, I think it will be at least half. I think I can safely say, and it may be 85%. I just don't have my my botanical garden expert here.
We won't hold you on that.
Okay.
You're an architect.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I like trees, but
Yeah, we won't hold you on that.
And I just want to reemphasize, thank you for expressing this. And I caught the 3 years, and this is so Carrboro. We should want this more. And so I don't want to do anything that would slow anything down. We need this yesterday.
Thank you.
Councilmember Frey, go ahead.
Thank you. And Councilmember Palmer, just to sort of explain as an example, there was a conversation about the roof being solar ready, but you won't find that in a condition because it's part of the plans to say that they're going to do electrification. We're not getting down to that itty bitty tiny detail. Same with the plants. The plans include compliance with all of the ordinance requirements. And we don't want to get ourselves into a situation where swapping out one species of tree for one other species of tree results in not issuing a certificate of occupancy. It's just about the scale of the thing.
Yep. Councilmember Palmer is fine with that. Any other questions? Are we at a decision point? Mayor Pro Tem Now, do you have anything else before we?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So we do have, I believe it is attachment I. Marty, what else do we have here?
Yes, I have attachment I. I have a Word version here so that we can, as needed, do some live editing, assuming you do want to vote tonight. The one matter we've already discussed, I can take care of. The only other matter that I know of as we find our way into the decision part of the discussion is that there were two names on the appraisal letter, Richard Kirkland, I believe, and Mr.
He's
Tyson.
back there.
So since Mr. Tyson is the one that provided testimony, we need to change the name in there, that's all.
Okay. That sounds easy.
Madam Mayor.
I think we're ready. Councilmember Posada.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for a procedural question, do we need to close the public comment before we do any official acts?
Public
Did I
hearing?
not close it?
Not yet,
Okay,
no.
we just finished talking. So let me go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will move to council deliberation if there's any more, and also decision. Thank you, Councilmember Posada.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt attachment I to approve the project with the two changes that Marty has noted, the update to the name of the appraiser and changing condition 6 to refer to the certificate of occupancy approval as the trigger for providing the as-built of the stormwater.
Second.
All right. So it's been moved and properly seconded by Councilmember Frey and Councilmember Posada that we move attachment I for council members. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem now. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Spencer and company, everyone. Thank you. That was easy, as I thought it might be. We'll move to,
Could we, Madam Mayor, could we get like a 5-minute bathroom break?
5-minute recess, please. Okay, thanks, everyone. We're back from recess. Town Manager Tony, next item, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 3 items now under the general agenda. The first item is an action item, and this is to discuss the Town Code Amendment restricting on-street parking on Elm Street. So a tag team presentation will be Tina Moon and the Fire Chief, Will Potter.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Tina, and welcome, Fire Chief Potter.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, we'll jump right in. I'm just going to hit the highlights. I think a lot of you are familiar with this street, being the fact that it's only about a block away from Town Hall. It's certainly located close to Town Hall and Carrboro Elementary School. We're talking about approximately 2 blocks. Elm Street between West Weaver and Shelton Street. It's predominantly residential, and as some others have mentioned tonight, there's 2 commercial uses here at the south end of the street, the Marathon gas station and Pizzeria Mercado. I think that this is a pretty helpful picture to get a sense of the street and the way it's used. The right-of-way is about 30 feet. There is a sidewalk on the east side of the street, which begins just about where the truck is, the panel truck, and then there's a ditch on the east or the left side of the street, which begins just beyond those cars. So what you tend to see occur is there's cars that back in and out to use Pizzeria Mercado, and then you have a lot of kind of blue-collar workers who park along the street to run in and out of the gas station. And so we're trying to provide for those uses of the street to remain in place. We have heard from some residents that they can find it difficult to get in and out of their driveways on occasions, and we've heard from folks about the need for service vehicles. The shoulder is, I think, important to note. And you can see the shoulder, the soft shoulder, if you will, behind the green car on the left, because when you think about a shoulder, you have to think about, the weather. So on a dry summer month, you might feel comfortable parking a little bit closer to the ditch. On a wet time of the year, you might be parking a little bit farther into the street. We've been talking a lot about the fire apparatus, which is a big interest in pursuing these town code amendments, and certainly Chief Potter can speak to the specifics about the width of the truck. We've tried to provide a little bit of information on that in your packet, and certainly it's not only the actual physical width of the truck, but all of the stuff that sticks off of the truck, the mirrors, the steps, and so forth. We've tried to provide some visuals, and here you can see again on a day that was a little bit wet, a relatively small car that's about 6.5 feet. Cars are often a little bit wider than this particular model that we've shown. The parallel parking dimensions in the ordinance speak to a dimension of 9.5 feet wide, so that should give you a sense of the amount of space that's typically allowed for a vehicle. And that only leaves about 9 to 12 feet remaining, again, depending on exactly where the car is positioned when it parks on the side of the street, which can vary, as well as the width of the car. So it really doesn't leave a huge amount of space for a fire truck, particularly a truck that's trying to move at a good clip. We've had some questions about why Elm Street, and I think it's important to note that Elm Street is somewhat unique from other streets in the general area, in large part because of those 2 commercial uses that are in close proximity to Town Hall. Of note, and I'm glad that Marty is here as a reminder, when the permit was adopted for Pizzeria Mercado, there was a requirement for a certain amount of parking spaces, and including in that packet was a satellite parking arrangement with the property 212 across the street for 10 spaces. And so that's been a reminder that we've circled back to the Pizzeria Mercado folks to encourage folks to take advantage of that parking, and that's for evening use. The town code amendment that is before you tonight would still allow that parking where the backup parking is, as well as the on-street parking that is used getting to the gas station. But the remainder of the street would be prohibited from further parking. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'll shift over to Chief Potter. I would like to add, as just kind of a final note, I think that this picture is actually rather helpful to get a sense of scale. You know, you can see cars on one side of the street and a cyclist in the middle, and it does give you a sense of scale and a sense of proportion of what it would be like to potentially have a fire truck try to make its way down that street. And I'll pause if there's anything that you'd like to add, or we'll just be available for questions.
Right, thank you, Tina. We'll just shift to Chief Potter and then come back for questions.
Okay. So the biggest thing that I wanted to point out is, besides the size of the apparatus, which I think there are a few questions this week regarding the width of the apparatus, the width of the mirrors, is that to the sides of there, all of our hoses that we use to initially fight a fire come off of the side. There is a large yellow hose that comes off the back and then connects to the side. That's to connect to a hydrant to provide water supply. But the attack hoses that we were pulling off when we were initiating a fire attack are coming off the side. So we have to be able to access both sides. We have to be able to access the rear. We have to be able to access the front. And that's just on the fire engines. The ladder truck itself, I think we responded to a couple of emails about that one. So it is, if we set the ladder truck up to where it was designed, it is 22 feet to set it up. We can't set it up on the sidewalk because of the weight capacity and because of the difference in kind of elevation of where those outriggers are. We can set it up in 16 feet 6 inches, but that is what we call short jacking the truck. So one of the outriggers is not fully extended. It's not as stable, and that limits the overall functionality where we can only operate off one side of the apparatus with the aerial device. But all of that stuff on the side, that's where the sides of the apparatus kind of behind the cab area where all the hoses are, that's where the things are, that's where we're pulling hoses off of. So we think about the truck driving through and getting through, but then really I think it's accessing that equipment on either side is where our concern is. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Chief Potter. Council members, do we have questions, comments? I see Councilmember Palmer, then Haven O'Donnell to start, and Merrill.
Thanks. This is first to just set a broader. This is the most abstract thing, but I feel like it's worth saying. On my limited time on council, we have had a presentation about a speeding study in a neighborhood where we'd had complaints, and so there was a process. There was an extensive process in place to get buy-in from the community and have staff do work, and there's a whole framework for whether we're going to impede traffic in any way. And the process that got us here tonight has been really informal and relatively fast. And I know that it's not the specific nature of this presentation, but an effect of on-street parking, especially both sides on-street parking, is that it creates natural chicanes that slow people down, which improve safety from the perspective of pedestrians and cyclists. And so an unintended consequence of opening it up, as one of the public comments made clear, would be potentially people speeding more. So that's actually kind of the most abstract thing that I wanted to share. But I did want to offer that as a reframing to possibly get us to take a step back. And then the other thing was that this is a space that I am very familiar with, both from a walking and biking perspective, because the path comes out, I'm spacing on the name of the path. Why am I spacing on the Francis Shetley? Thank you. Bike path ends there. So both running, cycling. I have been in this neighborhood, but I don't live in that neighborhood. And so I reached out to someone who lived on Ash, who lives on Ash, I should say. And a bit of feedback that I got there was that even though there's no formal policy on Ash that, as a set of neighbors, they talk to each other about whether and when on-street parking works. And so part of what I'm wondering is, in this context, if we are getting ahead of neighbors talking to each other to solve maybe not this specific problem, but I think that this is a problem that is not unique to Elm, and so maybe we should take a step back on how we approach this problem on this slide with our equipment. So I'll yield back after that.
Hold on, Councilmember Haven, I'm sorry. So what do you mean when you say take a step back? Are you saying we need to do more engagement with residents and maybe not make a decision tonight, just for clarity?
I hesitate, yes.
Okay.
I want to respect that the fire chief has an important role, and I don't want to say that this is not a problem, but I do want to say that if we tackle this, we need to tackle this in a way that we are confident we can be consistent, and that we are confident that we're not getting out ahead of neighbors talking to each other.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. And before I go to Councilmember Haven O'Donnell, this is a question for later, because I'm curious, how would you, kind of get access to Elm Street if you needed to? But I want to hear from Councilmember Haven O'Donnell and others and Posada before we get to that, because that has to be a part of the discussion, because I know if it was my house and something was going on there, and I'm sure the residents on Elm Street, I'm curious as to how you would access it if we did nothing tonight and we just kind of leave it the way it is, as residents have asked us to do, at least some that have been here tonight. Thanks.
Can I respond to that one just very? So I will say that I
Randy's
know it
doing something
seems
there.
it seems like there's a lot that's happened, and this street has actually come up multiple times.
Oh.
I've just been pulling up my notes. Sorry, as I was sitting in the back of the council meeting waiting for this agenda item, I saw an email from the 14th of February in 2024 that we, as the fire department, identified this as one of our areas of concern as we started to work through streets throughout town that we are having access trouble with. And it didn't say an exact number of how many times we had access issues there, but it did say that we had an apparatus that tried to go down. There was some kind of obstruction. They had to back out and then to go down a different street in order to go through. And that was from February of 2024. So it's not brand new. I know it seems rushed at this point in time, but it has come up more than once in our Traffic and Parking Advisory Committee. I don't remember what exactly it's called.
Thank you, Chief Potter. Councilmember Haven O'Donnell and then Posada.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. So I have a very basic question. Where on the, I guess it's the east side of Elm, that's adjacent Main Street, correct? Weaver Street, correct? Where is the fire hydrant on that street?
It's farther down the street. There's one at the corner, but then there's one farther down the street.
Say the corner, you mean on
Close to
east?
Weaver.
Okay. And the other one is closer to Poplar?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I couldn't remember exactly where that was. I resonate with what Cristobal was saying. I'm just wondering if it makes sense at this time to zone in on this street ahead of knowing how many other streets this same question is applicable for. Because there are so many streets that are non-compliant in terms of the width. Is this something that, I would just recommend that staff look, across town before focusing on one street, because the remedy for one street should be applicable to other streets that match the same kind of situation, especially now that we're looking at redoing the UDO. And I also think in the meantime, until we have that kind of information and have a better sense of what can be recommended throughout town systematically, because there's several neighborhoods that have non-compliant streets. I'm thinking of like Spring Valley, for example. is that, you know, this is a good opportunity for neighbors to talk with neighbors and, you know, and work together. I'm absolutely in favor of, in the short range, the neighbors sorting out how they want to do it. I think parking on the sidewalk side makes sense, and maybe that's something that can be recommended in the short run, but I think we need to look at this throughout the town rather than just picking one street when we know once, if we chose that one street and found a remedy, you know, we'd be bombarded street by street afterwards. So that's my sense of it.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Haven O'Donnell. Councilmember Posada?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, both Tina and Chief, for your presentation. My question is around, it might be, I'm trying to understand this a little bit better, right? So I understand the concern is, one, getting the vehicles through. If there's parking on one side, we might be able, like, it'd still be a tight run to get vehicles through. And then the setup is the issue, correct? Am I getting that right?
Yes, and that is with a like kind of standard vehicle. A lot of times what we see are especially enclosed landscaping trailers are especially wide. And I would say that they are probably pushing the 9.5 if they don't park right on the curb. So then if you park an enclosed landscaping trailer with a large pickup truck on one side and they are not on the curb because they want to be able to step out of their vehicle onto the street, then that's kind of one thing that even just getting through would be problematic at that point. And depending on which side they park on and which house they're working at, make that even more challenging.
Gotcha. I'm thinking of, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a two-way street, correct?
Yes, it's a two-way
Okay.
street.
So talk to me, and I guess the reason that at least I'm looking at the slide that has the recommendations that, it's a little further down from this one.
Can we get to that slide real
just
quick?
Click
while
over to a little
Councilmember
bit. It's
Posada-
the second, yeah, it's the recommendations so that folks know what I'm talking about. Here, all right. So I imagine part of the reason that folks would be able to park on that green space is because there's alternate ways of getting into should there be an emergency on the either two businesses, or what's the or is that simply just to comply and support local businesses parking there?
It is to try to work around. It is to try to support the local businesses. The pavement there is a little bit wider as well, and so when they park, that does provide a little bit more access, which is still potentially problematic. But we're trying to be reasonable and say that yes, there is a lot of support there for the local businesses. They use that quite frequently for that we would not want to affect our local businesses. But then also, like I said, the pavement is a little bit wider there, so I think we can maneuver through there safely with parking allowed in the indicated area.
Gotcha. So then if we were to say, make that green line all the way down, make this a one-way street, the issue is still the size of the space, right?
Yes, and I think kind of to Councilmember Haven O'Donnell's point that I do think this is a somewhat unique situation in that there are two commercial businesses on one end and an elementary school on the other. And so during elementary school drop-off and pickup times, the traffic that are waiting to pick up children from the school backs up down Elm Street, generally on the sidewalk side. So if you park on the other side and then there's backed up school traffic on the sidewalk side, and then we try to come down that road, at that point it is completely obstructed. And so that would be significantly problematic for us. And at that point, what we've had before is you basically have to stop the apparatus, get people out to try to spot the apparatus so they can back up safely, back up, go to a cross street, and then go around the blocks in order to continue where you were trying to go.
Yeah. Those were my major questions, because I'm trying to be responsive to the needs of the community, but
absolutely.
I don't know, being, waking up at 5 a.m. or like a little bit after that to people knocking on your door because your building is on fire gives you a little bit of understanding of the need to be able to get there quickly. And I'm trying not to get emotional because it's bringing back some of that. So anyway, and I bring that up because folks in the audience may not know, a number of years ago, I was in an apartment where firefighters had to knock on my door to get me out because I was asleep while the building was on fire. So that in mind, I want to make sure that we're doing everything possible so that no matter what happens, we're giving folks the safety. So in the worst case scenario, and I don't want this to happen to anyone, our our emergency services can get to folks. So I'm trying to be responsive to the needs of the community, but at the same time, I'm putting the value of making sure that should a tragedy happen to anyone in our town, we can get our professional services there in time to get people out and make sure that emergency is contained like you were able to do in my situation. And I just want to take a moment to appreciate all the folks who took a part in that and so many other emergencies since then. Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Posada. Councilmember Merrill.
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. Yeah, this is super helpful, and it definitely highlights a lot of tension that goes into the decision-making around this. So just to kind of weave all these different things together, to Councilmember Palmer and Haven O'Donnell's points, I think we do need to be, I think it's interesting that we're talking about this kind of ideal scenario where there's, unfettered passage to every point at all points. That gets you there as fast as possible. And I think that's obviously a laudable goal, and that is your highest goal. And I totally get that. But we also want to be mindful of the unintended consequences of having wide streets that will actually potentially, especially if we're talking about, if we make this street and then we make all the streets very wide, and kind of the downstream effects of that, of actually increasing our need for emergency services, which is of course something we don't want. Ideally, all our emergency services would become obsolete because we'd be so peaceful.
Maybe not too soon, absolutely.
Yeah, no. But yeah, and so and then I think we need to kind of, obviously we've heard from a lot of folks in and around Elm Street. It turns out I know every single person that lives on Elm Street, and they all have my personal cell phone number, so I've heard from them a lot. I walk my dog up and down Francis Shetley, so I've become intimately familiar with a lot of these folks. And then I think, to Councilmember Posada's point, this kind of, I think when we're looking at the theoretical versus the practical applications and kind of the tension there, this kind of need and desire for unfettered passage becomes most critical when there are things on the other side of that neighborhood. Like if this were the only way to get to Councilmember Posada's apartment complex, this would be more important. But in practical application, we're talking about a very tight network of very small streets that are spitting distance from the fire department. And I wouldn't recommend trying to spit on a fire from there to try and put it out. But just point being, I guess, I want you guys to have everything you need to do it. And at the same time, I have total confidence that if there was a fire there, you guys would get there. It's so close. I know you would get there. I know you would do it. And so I guess where I'm getting with all this, sorry, I don't talk very much, but I'm making up for it tonight. I think the compromise that I've heard floated that I would hope would kind of be a better scenario than leaving it be for all parties involved would be restricting parking to one side of the street. My understanding is the ordinance prevents on-street parking against the sidewalk side, so that kind of leaves us with the soft shoulder side. So that would be kind of my proposed solution for the time being, is that we restrict on-street parking to only that, what side is that? The west side.
West side, which is, okay. And I guess my question to Chief Potter would be, where would that leave you as far as access? Is that better, or what is that for you? Because I think what we need to get to, of course, is the needs of the folks on Elm Street, Pizza Mercata, our commercial businesses, and at the same time, make sure that emergency vehicles can get where they need to get when they need to get there, because we know, depending on what's going on, seconds count, and being able to access the street. So just trying to figure out, and I think Councilmember Merrill is kind of leaning into that with his recommendation. So where would that leave you?
I think ultimately our concerns remain is just that depending on where and how they park, if they.
It would still be. Yeah.
That it would still be a concern. We still can't set the ladder truck up if the vehicle's there. There are also overhead power lines, so if the one place that we can set up our ladder truck, and that's what we need to get to the roof of a structure, is where the vehicle is and where the power line, and then we have no other options. And so my recommendation, with it in mind, that my whole goal is to get our apparatus there as fast as possible without having to back up and to choose an alternate route, or to potentially send another apparatus another way because they aren't able to access it. And so with that in mind, and just the safety of the community and the potential liabilities, that we would want to leave the entire roadway open to maximize our options.
Got it. Mayor Pro Tem Now, do you have anything? Well, I'm thinking that you're there. Do you have anything you want to ask or add?
No.
Okay.
I not ask. I guess add. Y'all, I think, are familiar with my bias toward making decisions. I do think this has been a relatively thorough process, as most of our processes are. I find Councilmember Merrill's suggestion reasonable. I mean, I hear the chief. It strikes me. It's difficult. I'm not trying to be flip or glib or disrespectful about the needs of the fire department at all. It does strike me that the request to sort of manage consistently ideal scenarios at every property across all of our streets is a high burden to clear, considering, as Councilmember Palmer noted, our other goals, including, in many cases, narrower and slower streets, and something that we've had to balance, considering development up in the north part of town too. All that said, my personal preference would be to adopt Councilmember Merrill's suggestion. I will not lose sleep if we do want to consider this longer. Y'all know me. I never want to consider it longer. I know that staff. Well, I mean, I don't want to be undue, but I want to recognize the work that staff has done to this point in their due consideration, and I want us to, I just am a big believer in the sanctity of the agenda and the staff members' time and the people who come to speak to us, and so for that matter, I do have a preference on this issue. I think Randy makes some good points. Yeah, I mean, like there are broader considerations here about the network. All in all, I just personally tend to favor the pragmatic individual application for the agenda item, which strikes me as single side parking on the west side.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Now. Appreciate it. Councilmember Posada. Oh, Frey, then Posada.
Are you sure?
You were up first.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on this one side suggestion. And maybe this is a question for you, Nick, as the attorney. The concern is, even if we have vehicles there, some of the bigger vehicles might be an impediment. I understand that piece. Is there a way so that in a scenario where we're coming up with something that might work for everyone on the dais, we do parking on the west side and then restrict what vehicles can park? Is that something that we can put into an ordinance? For example, I don't know if there is some kind of deviation between cars of a certain width, or I don't know.
Well, I think the answer is yes.
Microphone. Come on, Nick. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think the answer is yes, under the theory that, no, under the statute, that you have complete control over your own streets. The question is going to be the practicality of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? How you define the width of. But you could do that. You have complete control over your own streets and what goes down them.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's sort of my thought is, right? So if we have a majority of council who's moving forward to just having one side, can we limit what is parked there so that in the situation that there is an emergency, the vehicles are the minimum restrictive as possible? And if we've heard, possibly, sometimes there's vehicles that have for landscaping or whatever it looks like, and I don't know what the practicality is, but I'm thinking through some of those scenarios.
Thank you, Councilmember Posadas. Councilmember Frey?
Thank you. Chief, a question to just help me visualize the rest of the geometry, because I'm thinking about where the fire station is, right, where the apparatus is coming from, how Elm is angled to that. I'm sure that the crews know that Elm is narrow and then liable to be blocked. Assuming you're not going to an address on Elm, what's the reroute that folks take to avoid going down there?
It depends on the location. The other kind of tactical consideration is we try not to have all of our apparatus go the same direction. Because if they all go down Elm Street and Elm Street is blocked, then all of our apparatus are blocked. So we do generally try to take multiple routes. So if we were, for instance, going to Carrboro Elementary, one may go down, and it also like where at the school it is, that one may go down Ash, one may go down Elm. Just try to spread that out. So I mean, there are other potential ways. The problem for us is when you can't see that it's obstructed at the far end, like at the intersection with Shelton. So you turn from Weaver Street onto Elm, you get past Poplar, and now we see it's obstructed. That's where we really have problems. Or there's an apparatus that you were going down Shelton and needed to turn on Elm, but there's a vehicle parked there, and now we can't make the turn because of how closely they're parked to the intersection. What a lot of times what we see, especially in areas that there is on-street parking allowed on only one side, is that works until an Amazon truck comes and stops to make your delivery. And now they had two that are closed, so they stop at this one and they walk to the next one, and then we go down the street and we're stuck trying to find an Amazon driver, or somebody that's stopping in just for a minute. And that's the kind of concerns that we have. When you limit it to that to the more narrow area, that then it really becomes more likely that it becomes completely obstructed at that point. I think that's truly why we aim to keep that 20 feet, so that if there is something that happens, that we still have some kind of access versus, if somebody's parked on the right and all the Carrboro Elementary parents back up down Elm Street, there's no other option for us there, and then it's backing out and trying to find another way at that point.
Thank you for that, Chief. I'm a bit on the fence on this one, and I think there's the specific case seems pretty clear. I'm thinking about two things. One is that since the time that street was built, there's been enormous bloat in apparatus width that seems likely to continue for the foreseeable future. We have a problem in that we have a lot of streets that don't quite hit that 20-foot width,
Right.
even when you take into account all of the pavement. My next door neighbor's home can only be accessed on the long side. You could only get to their roof by setting up shop on a 14-foot wide gravel road. So I imagine there are quite a lot of roads that you may well have suggestions about. It's really important to be able to get fire apparatus where you need to get it. But changing the width of that street has an immediate negative, the effective width of that street has an immediate negative, persistent effect on bike and pedestrian safety. And it's a major part of our plans as I imagine that we're going to have this conversation a lot as we actually go through our UDO rewrite, where we're looking at our street standards and saying, make it slower, make it narrower. And you're going to look at that exact same street and say, hey, while we're in there, can we get it to 24 across? Could we please have a 16-foot, a 17-foot, an 18-foot travel lane? How can we square that? Is something that I've been thinking a lot about since this topic showed up on the agenda. So yeah, I'm on the fence, folks. I can see the arguments for both. I think Councilmember Merrill's compromise is a decent compromise to look at. I think we actually have a larger discussion to have here as we go through our UDO rewrite, because we actually do have to some extent, as Councilmember Posada has pointed out, we are actually making a choice here. But I want to highlight that choice is sometimes between fire safety on the one hand and pedestrian safety every day on the other hand. And that's an actual non-easy problem for us to look at. So that's where I'm sitting.
If I may, so I know that one area is on Carroll Street, I believe. Is that where we did the chicanes?
Probably.
So on Carroll Street, there is an area that there was some concerns about speed. So we worked pretty closely with the planning department, and we had cones out, and we were measuring things, and we had the apparatus turning through to make sure that we could get through. So there basically is a chicane, but basically if we ran into them, then the theory is that they would break off. So I mean, there's some things that we can look at. I do have some concerns with those, especially with like the flop down pedestrian
The air
signs,
hose, I remember you saying.
because those have torn up some air hoses. But kind of in the interest, we could absolutely discuss that further. I think, as Tina has pointed out, that we are looking at the street standards as we go through the UDO, and we hope to be a part of that conversation to see how we can really work through all of our needs and desires. And the crazy fire chief that wants to stand up here and say you want 26-foot wide streets everywhere. And
Of course you do.
but I do appreciate that it's a tough position that council finds themselves in, and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Chief. I think, sorry, Madam Mayor, if I may
That's
just
okay.
finish my thought there. I think where I'm at is, I'd be happy to say it's a safety issue, we need to remove parking if we're able to address speeding concerns. In other words, if we retrofit that street so that you can't speed on it, regardless of how much wide, open space there is, then I'd be much more amenable to saying that makes sense to remove the parking entirely.
Yeah, and just in hearing everybody, all my colleagues talk about this, I'm wondering if we are at a decision point or not, or if there are other areas that we need to be taking into consideration, like resident engagement, and maybe some of the things Chief Potter is talking about. Councilmember Merrill, could you repeat for me, is your recommendation 2 or 3 here? Are you talking about along the west side of the street? Is it one of those?
I didn't see it.
Sorry, Randy. 2 or 3? Is it one of those?
On West Side Street,
Anita.
number 2, allowing on-street parking on the west side of the street, the side without the sidewalk.
Okay,
Yeah.
number 2.
Yeah, and and if I may, kind of in the interest of keeping it as clear as we can and still allowing for small street parking, to Councilmember Posada's point, maybe it's worth running a stripe down there and be like, you have to park inside this stripe, regardless of the size of your vehicle, just to make sure that we're keeping a passage. Setting time limits on there, like no more than 2 hours, like so that people aren't parking there all the time. I think there is a way to strike a balance between the ideal, which is it's 26 feet wide everywhere, and the practical application, which is it's as wide as it can be and still allows for people to have guests in their home. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Merrill. Councilmember Haven O'Donnell?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, the west side of Elm is the side with the ditch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so didn't you say something about it being viable, weather dependent?
Yeah, soft, depending on mushy, depending on the weather.
Yes.
Is there anything that we could be doing to mitigate that if were we to decide to go with this option?
I'm not sure the answer to that. I think we could certainly explore it. I think the line to indicate proximity to the ditch is a reasonable suggestion that we could look into.
It's the right of way,
Or
right?
graveling it. You see, because if it rains every day between 4 and 7. No, I'm
It
serious.
does.
No, I'm sorry. We live in a rainforest now. It's only going to get worse. So, we need to be thinking, what are we creating? Law of unintended consequences. I would just want to look into that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Frey, what do you have?
A final thought here, and I think this is a way to sort of condense where I'm at. If we proceed with option 1 as suggested by staff here, and then the neighborhood experiences an issue with speeding, it will take 6 months in a petition for them to get a speed table. I really think that we need to offer them something better than that, and whether that's option 2 or a option, we got to do something else. That's where I'm at.
Councilmember Palmer, and let's
Yeah,
try to rein this
I'm,
in.
I'm sorry to keep us going, but
That's
just
okay.
to yes and Randy, your point, and I sent an email earlier, late last week. I believe that then got forwarded back to council. That was when I said armored shoulder, that is what I meant. That would be a treatment that, and the reason I use that specific term is that I do not want to widen the street. Right, I want something that's clearly not going to send more people down faster down this street. But if that's, I also recognize that would require engineering, that would require time. But if there's a way forward that could be put on our roadmap that reduces that problem of encroachment into the travel way, then I think that's at least worth considering.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Palmer. Is there a motion somewhere to go somewhere? It's a lot on the table. It's a lot to think about.
I'll happily make a motion
We'll see what you're-
for option number 2, see if that goes anywhere.
Okay, go ahead and just say what
Oh,
option number. do you
to
think is
restrict on-street parking to the west side only, and prohibit on-street parking on the east side, the sidewalk side.
correct? So allowing on-street parking along the west side of the street, the side without the sidewalk.
Yes.
Where you allow it, and the east side?
Prohibited on the east side.
Prohibit, so, okay. So Councilmember Merrill's,
If I may-
Councilmember Merrill's motion is number
I'm-
2?
Excuse me, if I
Uh-huh.
may, for clarity, the draft ordinance is on page 486 of your packet.
Yeah, that's attachment, yeah, that's
Crashed
attachment,
before I got there.
attachment A.
Yes, so the suggestion would be, under
On the
the
west side.
draft, new section ZZ, to
Yeah.
strike the second sentence and just keep the
Is
first
that
sentence.
feasible for
I
you
can't
to
even
use?
open it on this thing.
Look at that.
Page 40,
You're gonna have to strike something off, though.
486,
Turn it
right
over.
here.
It's on
Everything,
the back.
everything in paragraph ZZ after the
Yes.
You're gonna have to strike that, is what Tina was saying. Thank you, Tina.
That's just to be clear for the record, that's your request.
Yeah. Should read as follows: east side of Elm Street from the intersection to the intersection on the street. Yes.
So read what you're,
Oh. What is it? To amend new subsection to read as follows: prohibit the east side of Elm Street. What the? Oh, parking prohibited in certain locations at certain times is amended by adding new subsection as follows: the east side of Elm Street from the intersection of West Weaver to the intersection with Shelton Street. Period.
all right, that's a motion from Councilmember Merrill. Thank you. Is there a second for that motion?
I'd like to.
Second?
Yeah, no,
Councilmember.
well, I'll make the second, but I'd also like to just make a friendly amendment to have staff look into somehow mitigating the ditch.
Oh, what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That's the motion. And we have a second. Is there further discussion, Councilmember Posada and then Frey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then I guess this is a question for y'all. What is the feasibility of putting some kind of marker or a line or something, whereas it's like saying parking zone versus non-parking zone if we decide to go, if we vote on this and if this is finalized, do we need to do additional direction on that or something that can automatically be done? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we'll check in with the Public Works Department about that. I'm not sure that we would need to do any additional amendment to the town code to put in a kind of a designated line for that purpose, but we'll take a look at that.
Okay. If we move forward with this tonight, I would really want to see some of that implemented to, again, still accommodate for as much of an opportunity for emergency vehicles to get through there and set up with as little disruption as possible.
One additional point there is that I would request that if we do allow parking on one side, that the other areas that are not, parking is not allowed are marked. So other areas of the ordinance, such as at intersections, at stop signs or other kind of cross streets, anything like that, that we would mark those out. Because it is pretty specific on where parking is allowed there, because that's where we get into like turning radius and trying to turn onto and off of the streets. So if that is going to be allowed, I would request that we consider that as part of it.
Thank you for that. And did you have some?
I just wanted to do we need to add that to the motion in any way, shape, or form? Well, if
Or could we just turn that over to staff?
We can just turn that, yeah, if
Oh,
we can just turn that over to the staff, then I think we should be fine.
And Councilmember Frey has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I can speak to this. We have already seen in our communication that the town manager has indicated that we don't need anything further to code to put in appropriate markings to enforce the ordinance,
True.
that the ordinance takes care of it. My question was, Councilmember Merrill, for the record, could you clarify whether you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ready? So I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, now you're off mute. Was that because you had something or you're ready to?
I was
vote?
going to second.
Okay, he's third then. So Councilmember Merrill made the motion. I think Haven O'Donnell gave the second. You ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Madam Mayor, I have one other item.
With this.
I have a motion related to this issue.
Okay.
I would ask that we move to direct Chief Potter and the PZI staff to bring a list of target streets that are having issues with the ability to pass a fire truck through, and a plan to address that could run in tandem with our UDO overhaul. In other words, if this issue is not resolved, we have another crack at it within 12 months.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilmember Frey. You're not a council member. Town Manager Tony, was there anything you wanted to add before we move forward with this motion?
Thank you, Town Manager. I will adjust my motion there to direct that we we direct the town manager to work with staff to identify a list of streets where we're having trouble getting fire trucks through, and to propose a plan that would run with our UDO amendment, our UDO overhaul to fix that.
I'll second that. Thank you.
All right. So that's been moved and properly seconded, giving the direction to Town Manager Tony for a list of other potentially targeted streets within the community. Council members, ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I know Mayor Pro Tem now, you're there. He's there.
He went off mute and everything.
But he's there. Thank you so much, Tina, Chief Potter. And Town Manager Tony, next item.
The last item is an update on reimagining Weaver Street.
We have another one after that.
Right. Good night, Miss Wheeler. She was hanging up. Good night. Yeah, thank you, Pizza Mercado. Yeah. And Town Manager Tony, we have one more item after this one. And welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this item tonight is to present some preliminary high-level findings from the capacity study for the Reimagining East Weaver Street project. The study is in draft form. It's currently under review by NCDOT. The consultant that the town engineer engaged, Exult Engineering, there's a representative from there, Lisa Lundeen, is here this evening and will be able to answer more technical questions that you all may have. This really is a kind of at a glance high level. More information is in your staff memo. And I will start with just a general review of what we talked about in January. You all looked at an overview of some conceptual images, these considerations related to race and equity, climate, safety, and access. And the direction from you all was to complete a capacity analysis, which included looking at traffic impacts for all modes, public transit, cost estimates, and next steps for the project. In consultation with NCDOT, bike, pedestrian, and motor vehicle traffic counts were conducted at these intersections here. Note the difference between the NCDOT biannual counts that are done for the AADTs, the average annual daily traffic. Those are done in the mid-block, and so the counts may be slightly different from some of the numbers that you are used to seeing there. The standard for doing a capacity study is taking these counts and then using growth models and other data to create a model for how traffic volumes of all modes might change due to the closure of East Weaver Street. So this study did include the traffic impact analysis for the Drakeford Library Complex, but it does not contemplate some of the infill and redevelopment conversations we're having as part of the downtown area plan. The model does run 3 scenarios: a no build, which is no, there is no changes; a build, which is closing the street with minimum required infrastructure changes; and then a build with recommended improvements that go beyond those minimum infrastructure requirements. And I will delve into those a little bit further in the presentation. But I'd like to start with bike and pedestrian results. That, of course, is a core focus of this effort, access and safety. The counts were taken in March at peak times. You can see at the bottom of the slide there. March is a little bit early, but we did take them so that we could get the study to you all before the end of the council session this fiscal year. So we do expect that if they were taken perhaps when it was a little bit warmer, those might even be a little bit higher. And I'd like to just highlight some of the spots that we see the highest volumes of bicyclists and pedestrians, of course, at each end of the closure at North Greensboro and Main Street, as well as you can see a high volume of pedestrians over there on West Weaver on Saturday due primarily to the farmers market. And these are good numbers and good locations to keep in mind as we talk about these intersections further in the presentation. Chapel Hill Transit has been engaged throughout this process. As was discussed here in January, they anticipate that logistically the F and the CW routes would move to East Main Street, resulting in 4 routes, 3 local routes and 1 regional route, kind of sharing that East Main Street block. The capacity study does assume there is a volume of traffic on the roads that are heavy vehicles, so that would include things like delivery trucks and buses. It does not model buses stopping to pick up or drop off riders or to idle to adjust for headways. Chapel Hill Transit, as well as Exult, identified that the stop bar on North Greensboro Street would need to be moved back to accommodate the turning of those 40-foot buses. And Chapel Hill Transit staff had said that they anticipate this being a challenge, both the turnings and some of the findings that we'll get to that suggest longer lines of cars and longer travel delays at North Greensboro. They are part of this ongoing conversation with NCDOT and will kind of continue to monitor, and if necessary, have said that could result in a reduction of service. This is really where the study kind of has the most information and is the most technical. High level, we're talking about how quickly cars are moving through intersections. So one of the things that we wondered back in January was if we simplify the intersections on either end of East Weaver Street, does it make it easier to get through? And it looks like yes, it does, or that it might. We also wondered, will trips redistribute to Roberson or East Braxton Fouché? And in both all 3 scenarios, Exult is anticipating that that is not the case. Really, where we're seeing those trips redistribute to is East and West Main Street there. The study also takes the opportunity to look at the north-south conversion of Maple Avenue and the network of transportation of roads around the Drakeford Library Complex. There is more information about that in the staff memo. Capacity study is looking at travel time savings. It's also looking at queuing, which is that the line of cars that are waiting at an intersection for the signal to change for them to move through. And so what we've done here is this is an illustration of the line, anticipated line of cars that the length it could get up to at some of these peak times. So this is Saturday at North Greensboro and Weaver Street. And you can see that in the build scenario, that minimum required implementation to close the street, cars could be backed up as far as beyond Shelton Station there. As well as here at South Greensboro and Main Street, that line of cars could reach all the way past the Drakeford there as well. Related to the race and equity, we spoke about this in the pocket questions. We talked about what could be potential impacts for access to the Lloyd Broad neighborhood. And the model does not include the Lloyd and Main Street intersection, but it does show length of the line of cars moving beyond that Lloyd and Main Street intersection here. And this is really where that build with improvements scenario comes into play. So I'll pause here to just point out a couple of the infrastructure changes that both scenarios make. In the minimum required implementation, we are taking that southbound lane on North Greensboro Street, turning it into a painted island. And then we're moving that stop bar back 25 feet for buses, as you can see here. The build with improvement scenario largely creates more storage for those vehicles to redistribute. And so those queue lines aren't as long. Something of note is that where there is not dedicated bicycle infrastructure like bike lanes, bikes would be expected to queue in line with cars if they cannot ride on the sidewalk. For the South Greensboro Street, you can see that the recommendation in the build with improvement scenario is to take the existing pavement and again make 3 exclusive travel lanes, again splitting those vehicles so that they are not waiting in a long line of cars to move through the intersection here. Both scenarios make a recommendation for a restriping that essentially swaps the through lane on East Main Street. I won't linger here for very long. But I just wanted to note that. And so we can see here the build with improvement scenario drastically reduces the queuing. That's that purple line that's appeared there. That is really where that build with improvement scenario comes in. You see it here as well on South Greensboro Street. And then even on Main Street, we actually see the effects of the changes to North and South Greensboro Street alleviating some of the queuing at East Main and Roberson. We have been in conversation with fire and EMS here, and so we've confirmed that they do have, kind of the apparatus to respond to fires if the street is closed, but they have expressed concern about queuing and those blocks being filled up with cars. In the event of an emergency, Carrboro Fire is often responding to Chapel Hill emergencies, and Chapel Hill Fire is often responding to ours, and they're moving through this kind of downtown core to get to those emergencies. And so what does it look like if at peak times? We've also been in conversation with the business community, or excuse me, the economic development director has been in conversation with the business community. There are some businesses are in favor of this effort. It really speaks to the kind of town that Carrboro wants to be, with the caveat that the town finds solutions to these questions about deliveries, solid waste pickup, and anticipated impacts to operations here. We've included some of the considerations that we had on the slide in January as well, because Exult found that they were still relevant here. So what are these minimum changes for implementation? That build scenario, we're looking at, of course, barriers, and I know we've talked briefly about design in January, so that is still a kind of conversation that's ongoing. Comments were brought up about retractable barriers to provide safety and security, but as well as access. Design and construction of the signals on both ends, curb realignment, the minimum lane allocations that Exult recommends, as well as signage to inform pedestrians, bikes, and cars of the changes in the traffic patterns. So, as I said at the top of the presentation, the study is still under NCDOT review. And that is part of a larger conversation with Chapel Hill Transit, with Fire, with Chapel Hill. We are talking through the kind of preliminary findings of the model. They may be subject to change as NCDOT completes its review. As we spoke of in January, the expectation is to conduct community engagement with key stakeholders, so that's business owners, that's residents in the Lloyd Broad neighborhood, the Tin Top neighborhood, as well as exploring a town code amendment to establish a social district, which is essentially reconciling how folks might consume alcohol in the public right-of-way. The expectation is, after discussion this evening, coming back in the fall to provide an engagement update, as well as report on cost, design, and schedule once that study is finalized. And I will say that we do expect, when the study is finalized, to post it publicly on the town's website. There is already a page for Reimagining East Weaver Street that has points people to the agenda items for the January session, and I'm sure it will point people here. And so the expectation is, once that is complete, we will make it publicly available. Lisa Lundeen, again, is here from Exult to answer those technical questions. That's all I have for you this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Duncan. Very good, very good. Is there, you said her name is Lisa? Where's
Lisa, yes. Oh, and before I forget, she has brought her computer and has the ability to run some of the synchro models on the screen. We worked with IT to set that up, if that's of interest to you all.
Is there, Lisa, is there anything you want to share briefly about the capacity study? Is there anything that you would like to share? I know you have the capacity to run some numbers, but is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Not necessarily. I think Duncan covered a good overview of the study. So if you have any specific questions about certain intersections or how anything's expected to function, I can answer those questions.
Okay, sounds good. Council members, looks like Posada. Councilmember Posada, is this for Duncan or Lisa? Or you want
I
both?
might be both.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we can go back a couple of slides, I have a couple questions. I want to a little bit further, right there. That'd be great. I have a question about the bus, but I also
Yeah.
want to understand this correctly. So the orange is what's happening now.
It is based off of the counts, it is an expected 2026 no-build scenario.
Gotcha. Okay. If you go back to the other one, there was a. Okay, I think it was that one, or maybe go back to the other one. Wait, hold up. There was one where the orange one was longer than the light blue one, and I want to make sure that I was understanding that one correctly, or maybe I was just imagining it. Yeah, right here.
On that end.
On that end.
Yeah, and this is this is the intersection where that through lane is swapped, and so it's a little bit, the illustration here is lane by lane, but essentially think you're comparing the two long lines with the two short lines, because that's how traffic is changing.
Gotcha. Okay, see, I'm glad I asked, because I was like, wait, what? Okay, cool. And then one of my biggest concerns with this project, I think y'all are, as the mayor noted, my question was around buses, right? So can you go to the slide that you were showing, the different kind of improvement slides? So we understand, just so I understand this correctly, if we do with the improved slides, we would be able to really hold the majority of the bus stops that are already on Weaver Street, except for the ones obviously on that slot that we would be closing down, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. So if we go with, there's an option that had the improvements on it, built with improvements, I believe. That with these improvements, buses would be able to do the turn. Buses would be able to continue, at least with those routes that were outlined as continuing with the cutting through and through Main and Greensboro, then going to Weaver Street. Correct.
Yeah. Exult has recommended that 25 feet movement back for the buses to be able to logistically make the turn. Again, since the study's under review, I can't answer fully whether or not the buses will be able to fit. But this is the design change needed for those buses to make the turn.
Gotcha. And with those improvements, you also should rebuild the improvements that you see it to decline and whatever a possible traffic would look like without the improvements, correct?
I'm sorry, I lost.
I'm okay. Maybe I'm not making sense.
No.
It's all it could be now. So with the improvements, yes, the buses can make the turns, but also with the improvements, the
lines of cars
yes.
are diminished, and so again, that's an ongoing conversation. But that would improve the length of line of cars that buses would be waiting in on Greensboro Street to make that turn, kind of thing. And so it would have impacts on service and improvements over potentially the build scenario.
Gotcha. Okay, that answers kind of my questions. I have some comments, but I'll hold off on those until other folks have had time to answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmer and then Councilmember Frey.
Yeah, so as the presentation was being given and as you were showing the advantages of the build with improvements, a question that popped to my mind is, given DOT's schedule for work on Greensboro, are there any potential negative impacts to doing the improvements before the closure? If, like, just the build with improvements but not closing Weaver Street at all, what is the effect of that? Does that make sense? So the moving the stop bar back, the swapping of lanes.
Mm-hmm.
You can't swap the lanes if you don't.
If there's a potential that we do that and that is either neutral or an improvement, and I'm just trying to work out schedules of things, because I know that we already have stuff happening that is going to happen on Greensboro, and that could be a potential cost savings to not stripe twice. But I don't know how the timing works out on that. My specific question for y'all is just about the build with improvements changes to striping and lanes without street closure of Weaver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer.
So we still would need to actually undergo design of these, and that would be a cost that we would incur. I'm not 100% on where the restriping starts on North Greensboro Street, so I would have to get back to you as to whether or not that could be incorporated into that.
Thank you. Councilmember Palmer, just one note. I don't think it's possible to do all of the improvements without closing Weaver Street, because you can't swap the lanes at Weaver and Roberson unless you close Weaver Street. I wanted to ask about the slide describing the challenges that Chapel Hill Transit has identified. We were talking about bus impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Were they presented with the build condition, the build with improvements, or both?
Both, but they got access to the draft capacity study when we did, so they are also still reviewing it and are part of that conversation, which is, again, why the information that they have provided really is just kind of logistically what would have to happen.
Thank you. If I'm understanding the way this is presented right, it's really nice to have a sense now of what build with improvements, like what would be the improvements we'd consider, and to be able to see that in the study they don't result in traffic getting worse, and at some key points result in it getting better. It'd be really interesting if build with improvements turned out from Chapel Hill Transit's point of view to resolve the potential impacts on the buses and mean that the buses are waiting less time on East Main because we're fixing the queuing problem there. So that's just something I'm really excited to keep an eye on. Colleagues, I know it's getting a little bit late. Do we want to get a chance to look at these, the study, the graphics that Lisa's able to show us while we can?
I was going to ask if we could see the modeling.
Mayor Pro Tem now, do you have anything at this time before we move forward?
No.
Okay. Good.
Just make one other comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. I think not only for us, but those who are watching, and that the modeling get on our videotape.
Let's see. I apologize. I thought I had checked this out before. It was my understanding that just connecting to the input here would allow for the screen sharing here. We might need a little bit of help from the tech heavens on this piece here.
Mr. Joyner, can you help with Tech Heavens?
They should hear you upstairs in the room, but so what are you trying to do? Let me see. I mean, you cooked it to HDMI. Is that what you did?
Yes.
And it's not.
Yes.
Simon, this is Lamar. Could you provide a little assistance down here in the chamber, please? Thank you.
Sure, I'll be right down.
Thank you.
Tech Heavens on the way.
Upstairs.
Mhm.
I want a fiddle, but I don't. It's a very elegant setup that we've got here.
I'm currently at the meeting here, and we're trying to connect a laptop computer to the, to essentially give a feed for everyone. They said they cleared it with IT earlier today or something like
Yeah.
that.
Probably didn't have all this other stuff going on.
I see. Yeah, so they have it plugged in now, the one that has the Type-C to HDMI adapter. Yes, they have that plugged in, and it's not showing up on the big screen here. Is there a switch on the? Sorry, I'm on call with IT as well. Okay, so that's what you got from Okay. Okay, I'll give David a call, and then I'll see if I can do anything on my side. Okay.
We'll just have her screen share.
Okay, sounds good. It looks like what we might do is just do a Zoom share, and then either way, but I'll still give David a call. Okay. All right, thank you, Robert. Apologies, everyone. I was not aware that we were doing this today, and I don't think, IT reached out, and I don't think there was there's miscommunication, essentially, so. Great idea, by the way, so if you guys can get started with that, and I'll try to do something else on my side.
And what are we doing, Duncan?
So we're going to add Lisa here to the Zoom, and
Okay.
then she'll share her screen on the Zoom, and then we'll just run it through there. So
Fine, thank you.
You get it, Duncan?
I did. Thank you.
I should have brought coffee.
It's very plaid, but
You know what?
it's extremely plaid, I'm sorry.
With
but-
all that on. Man, I be sleeping. I'm just
It's
throw-
warm, though.
Throw it across my arm.
I thought I might regret this jacket, but right now I do not.
Yeah.
It was hot earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, I had one because I was in Raleigh all day, and I
I'm
was like,
free
I'm not
for
gonna
a
need
day.
it.
I'm free for a day. You see me?
I love that that's in the official record.
This is a
We can
fresh
go find-
staple right here. You better ask somebody. This
You know,
is-
we're gonna find that in the videos.
Yeah.
in
Free
years
for a
to
day,
come.
baby. Free for a day.
Madam Mayor, while we're waiting, may I say a few words while we're waiting? Yes.
Oh, about this?
About this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
Who
d-
are you addressing to?
I mean, just the public at home that maybe is bored. I'm gonna spit some more poetry. No, I'm not. I'm gonna speak on
What you on,
the matter,
mixtape or something?
the matter at hand.
What we doing?
Well, I just wanted to reemphasize,
Frozen?
like,
Hashtag frozen.
I think, I'm never gonna live that down.
It was cute.
Never.
I should add that to my campaign lit, just a little hashtag in the corner, just a little Easter egg. No. No, but the matter at hand,
Oh, yeah, you're IT.
just, oh, you want me to go up and help? I can go up and help.
You're IT.
I'm not gonna help.
You can explain it if you want to.
No, the reimagining Weaver Street, the feedback that I've gotten has been mostly positive, but I understand the need for us to think through all of the potential externalities we might create, and that now is a time that is, especially with the on again, off again of the tariffs, there's just so much unpredictability that folks in town, especially businesses, want us to not add to that unpredictability. And I just wanted to say from the dais that I have heard that feedback, and that my understanding from everyone that I've talked to on this dais is that we're only doing this to try to grow the viability of our downtown businesses. So we would not take steps forward if we thought that there would be negative consequences. And I'm seeing nods. So I just wanted to, while we've got this time that they're getting set up, and it looks like they're set up, so perfect timing.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. We appreciate that. Lisa, are we ready?
I think we're ready. We
Okay.
called into the Zoom.
Thank you.
Awesome,
Here we go. Here we go.
So this first scenario I'm going to show is without East Weaver Street. So as you can see here, we removed East Weaver Street from the model, so vehicles are no longer able to access that. And we also have three scenarios we can share. We have the AM peak, the PM peak, and the Saturday peak as well. But this first one I'm going to play is the PM peak.
Does this represent basically the build without improvements?
This represents the build with improvements.
With improvements, okay,
But I can
great.
also pull up the build without improvements. We want to see that model as well.
I was just gonna get the screen bigger, but I'll let them have it. It's small.
And I can zoom in there. So this is Greensboro Street and Main Street here.
So is that stacking on South Green? Yeah, right there where you had the cursor.
Right here.
Uh-huh.
That's a spot that already backs up right now, too.
Yep, it shows that it's already, it does that already in the existing condition, and so that's not necessarily expected to change with this project.
And how is that particular piece impacted, for example, with, people backing out of open eye parking? Was that taken into consideration, or from steel string?
Not necessarily. It's expected to be about the same as it is today. So we're not
Okay.
recommending any improvements along South Greensboro Street except for this northbound right turn lane here, restriping that as a turn lane, just to get a little bit more capacity through the intersection. But aside from that, that's the only change on South Greensboro Street. So traffic still would likely back up on South Greensboro Street going northbound, but I think that exists today, so that doesn't necessarily address that issue. But with our restriping improvements along North Greensboro Street going southbound, more capacity is added to allow additional vehicles to turn left on North Greensboro Street to get to Main Street.
And it looks like Roberson becomes more viable to access South Green, right?
Yep, there is a little bit of backup here on Roberson, accessing South Greensboro Street.
Okay.
People do turn in here to use the parking, even though it's
Wow, look at West Main.
interestingly, it's very accurate.
I know. I'm looking at it.
What?
That's the main in general.
Mhm.
Hammered.
Mhm.
Music.
So, just,
Go ahead.
yeah, so just, because I thought this, and if anybody was watching at home, that street that is technically last street, next to like the parking on East, that connects East Main and, Robertson, that's currently the bank, right? Where it's not actually C, it's just a bank where people come through from east coming down.
Bank of America.
Yeah, the Bank of America. And it's funny because it's a one-way coming down, but people still use it either way. And this thing actually is, I've seen a couple of cars go up there, and I'm like, that's very funny.
Is there any thought to having East and West Main have a roundabout?
We did not evaluate a roundabout. Not sure if something you've looked into.
Where?
No, East-West Main, you know, at Greensboro, making that a roundabout as opposed to.
Oh. Like downtown,
Right there.
I suspect that would require you to shift the Century Center over by about 15 feet.
I was thinking of shifting Wendy's, actually.
Well, minus the earth moving. So you're saying that peak, I believe, is starting right around 7 a.m.? Or is this, we're now looking at, what, 7:30-ish?
This is actually the PM peak. So
Oh,
this,
sorry,
this
PM
time
peak.
should have
Okay,
said
so
about
we've
5
actually
o'clock.
passed well out of the PM peak now.
So this is still the PM peak. So this is probably about 5:30 p.m.-ish. These times up here actually need to be
Oh,
updated.
I see.
These
Got
aren't
it.
the right times, but we are
Thanks,
looking
that
at
wasn't
the
confusing me.
PM peak.
Do you mind showing the AM peak?
Sure.
So this is evening.
I mean, I've definitely seen it worse than that as of a 6 p.m.
I don't know if the roundabout on South Main is.
So our models show that the PM peak hour is actually a little worse than the AM peak hour, so that's why I showed that one first, to show more of a worst case scenario.
And you can see it stacks up on West Main instead.
with a bunch of trucks too.
Yeah, do we know where most of the 18-wheelers, or which direction they tend to come from? Is there any data on that?
I can pull up some of our numbers on that one.
The anecdata, Randy, I think indicates that they come from the west side. They're coming from 54 and turning left onto Greensboro. I don't know that that's absolutely rock solid, but it's something we've heard from business owners.
Yeah.
This is cool.
It is.
Thank you for sharing this with us.
Thank you for your all's patience as we got it set up.
No, it's good for folks to be able to see it and to go back and look at the recording later as well, which is one reason we sort of get it. It's sort of our way of getting it into the record. Lisa, do you also have the Saturday peak?
I do, yeah. I can play the Saturday. And I also have another model with just the build scenario without any of these improvements, if you would want to take a look at those ones as well.
Saturday peak is which hours?
We collected data from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday.
Is there anything earlier because of the, I'd like to see the effect of the Carrboro Farmers Market.
I think you're seeing their outgoing, yeah. But I see your point, Randy, that they sort of load in around 8:30.
Yeah, we didn't collect any data before 11 a.m. on Saturday.
You can see this is the one where West Main really does back up a bit. Same as it does now.
Yeah. Which is interesting, right? Because we have
Yeah, it's not really altered.
Has this been shared with the business folks as yet?
This being the capacity study?
The modeling with the CBA?
No, not yet. That once the study is complete, that this kind of data and information, of course, having it in the public record here, but the expectation is once the NCOD completes their review, that all of this information would be shared with the CBA, other business owners, residents as well.
Is there any way to get the CBA comment into, having them, look at this material ahead of time? I would just be curious to know what their sense of, this modeling is in the times.
Certainly.
Because they're living it a little differently than we are, for sure.
Certainly. The conversation with DOT is still relatively recent. And so there have been conversations about potentially expanding to a couple of additional intersections like Lloyd and Main. And so that is just really the consideration here of, findings that Exult has are potentially subject to change depending on NCDOT review.
I don't think they can see this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, watch the tape.
This,
They
this,
come
I
us
mean,
to
seriously.
tape.
yeah, this might be a little too in the weeds, but what does it mean when a car goes through an intersection and changes colors? Like I see sometimes cars are turning from white to yellow or from white to green.
Sure, so the white cars it's just signifying that they're going to go through the intersection. The yellow cars are turning right, the blue cars are turning left, and the green cars are actually those that are leaving the network.
More information. This is cool.
Interesante.
Good information.
It doesn't show what's coming out of Roberson, Maple, that neighborhood.
Oh, it's not that far,
Right,
far over.
shows what's coming in through, not what's going out.
Duncan, I just wanted to say thank you. When we started this, we were sort of looking at a very vague idea, and this has given us a lot more concrete details to work with.
I agree. Thank you, Councilmember Frye. Anything else we want to see? Councilmember Palmer, anything else?
Yeah,
or just
so
have
so
comment?
just to restate the question from earlier, I am interested, I don't know if it's relevant to this council's deliberations moving forward, but I'm interested in the build with improvements. If there's any of that modeling that can be run with Weaver Street, and with the understanding that you can't make lane changes on Main east of that intersection with East Weaver. But if there are any of those build with improvements changes that make sense to study without East Weaver itself, just because of timing. And again, I don't, this is a question to staff. What makes what makes sense to look at. And not tonight, I'm not asking you to go and add the street back tonight, but
Are you providing direction maybe for next steps?
I'm wondering if that makes sense, given I don't know, given our bigger picture of what projects are on what timelines, whether having that information about how it could impact stacking would be useful to either the town to just give direction without coming back to us on this project, or whether it would have an impact on this project. I don't know if it's getting late. I'm not sure if my question makes sense.
It does.
We will be happy to provide information to you all about opportunities to explore and bundle design of the finalized NCDOT study with how other restriping projects are working. I can't answer that this evening.
Thank you, Duncan, for that. Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Mayor Pro Tem, now you have anything?
Just grateful for the updates and the models and the work so far. Eager to, hear the result of the conversations with our stakeholders after the summer.
Great, great, great. Anything else, council members? No more questions or comments? So, did you have something?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to review, can you walk us through the timeline for community engagement? I know it's there's a lot of things moving, but what's the tentative timeline? Or if there's already in the presentation, it's late and I must have missed it.
No. I think the idea is, we don't have necessarily a timeline, like by next week we are going to, et cetera. We do know that we are specifically wanting to reach out to members of the business community, partnering with John Hartman Brown, Economic Development Director, reaching out to residents in the Lloyd Broad neighborhood. A lot of that is also dependent on this ongoing conversation with NCDOT as well. So, again, the stakeholders that I mentioned, fire, police, Chapel Hill Transit, are part of this conversation that is finalizing the review of the study. So there is a bit kind of hinging on NCDOT's approval there. And so I don't have a firm schedule for you, but we do know that we are expecting, before you reconvene in the fall, to initiate some that engagement and make sure that we are reaching out to the business community and reaching out to residents.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like everyone is satisfied and has provided comments and asked questions. Thank you, Duncan and Lisa.
And thank you again for your patience with the tech issues there. So
We look forward to hearing more when it's time. It was, really was. Town Manager Tony, last
Okay,
item.
last item. This is from the consent agenda, which was pulled, and this is the item to recommend human services funding for FY '25 through '26, and Marie Vonneman will give an update or answer questions.
Right, can we get that, are you wanting the chart shown?
I would love to have the spreadsheet on our
That
screen.
spreadsheet, that we received, Town Manager Tony, from you earlier?
Let's see if I can pull it up. It'll take a moment, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Madam Mayor, I have a couple of
Go ahead,
just not to jump ahead of Anne Marie, but I have an update from OCPEH that is relevant to this, since I'm the liaison and a member of the executive team for Carrboro. Several of our major human services vendors are getting very badly hit right now. So we received the proposed expansion budget from OCPEH that the leadership team approved, which is intended to, expand OCPEH's ability to do rapid rehousing in particular, has been a focus. That expansion budget also, because of the way that funding is shifting around, one of the things that is required if we don't manage to meet the expansion budget, SORAD is going to lose a staff position. Right now, there are 4 That will drop to 3. No one would be laid off. There's currently a vacant position that they would otherwise fill. And the tricky part is if all of the jurisdictions are not able to meet the expansion budget, or enough of us are not able to meet the expansion budget, as the planned contingency is that they will cut that SORAD position. And that's to prevent much more serious impacts to their ability to immediately rehouse people. The hard part is they're choosing between the funding to rehouse people and the staff to meet the people who need rehousing and do the connection work. In addition to that, not on our list for human services funding, the state ESG office through Department of Health and Human Services has just slashed the ESG grant to Carrboro by 60%. That is about $60,000 that is evaporating from that budget. A lot of that money goes to IFC for their work. So I know Jackie Jenks is still here with us, in part because not just because IFC is on our human services funding list, but also because, I don't know if, Jackie may not bring it up, but they are looking at cuts no matter what we do.
That's right.
And I wanted to bring this item to the general agenda to see if there is anything we can do to make these numbers work.
Very good. Thank you for that update, Councilmember Frey. Anne Marie, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
So I created 2 options for fully funding the partnership to end homelessness. If you look at the top graph up there, the top spreadsheet, it can be funded through the Affordable Housing Fund. It would be an impact of about $25,000, which would be reducing the amount that we have available for housing projects. And to put that in context, that's repairs for maybe 1 to 3 houses, depending on the scope of work, just to give that number some context. And then we can lower the impact to the Affordable Housing Fund if we use the unallocated human services funds that we have that are about $17,000, and then just use a small portion of the affordable housing dollars. And that would only put the Affordable Housing Fund behind $7,400.
And so, remind us about OWASA and their request again and how it plays into all this,
Yes.
or not.
So they requested about $34,000 for their program to fully fund water bills for a certain number of people, I think up to the amount that they would have. And the issues with that were, number one, the program wouldn't start till possibly January, but I think the bigger problem was the program that they're working on is still under development.
Right.
So the thinking was to hold these funds for right now, and if you would like, they can come back in January and present their program that's more fleshed out. I know that we had some concerns about equity and how people are selected for the program, and I don't think anything like that's been sorted out yet. So I think we should feel a little bit more comfortable funding something if we could see how it would actually work.
Makes sense. That's fair. Thank you for that. Council members. So we have these 2 options here. Also heard from Councilmember Frey with her update. Are there questions or comments about what's been presented to us by Anne Marie? Oh, Councilmember Posada.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I see in the second scenario, we're pulling the unallocated human services funding. I'm just, I was looking at the chart, and I imagine it's not on the chart that I'm looking at, so I'm kind of curious as to where that's coming from.
The $17,000? So when the Human Services Commission met, we didn't have a firm number for the amount of money that they would have to make recommendations. So we went with a flat budget of around the same amount that we had last year, which was about $450,000. And they allocated for those funds. In the end, the amount of funds we had available was almost $475,000. So with that balance, we were able to allocate 2 agencies that the commission really wanted to bump up a little bit. So we did that, and then we had a balance of the $17,000. And what that would do is support the bills in the OWASA program at 50%, not 100%, but at 50%.
Yeah, that's clear.
So Anne Marie, you're offering us 2 options here, correct?
Yes, 2
Okay.
options.
Oh.
It's hard.
There's 2 options here. Councilmember Frey, did you have a comment or?
Just a clarification. Councilmember Posada, I believe we have 3 options, one of which is continue as otherwise planned, which means that neither IFC nor OCPEH get their full request met.
Which is?
But we retain both the $17,300 in the human services and the extra amount in the Orange Affordable Housing Program to go towards home repairs.
So this is the other option. This is what is in our packet. So this would make number 3, so unchanged.
Unchanged.
Yep.
I don't really have strong feelings on which one is the right choice here. These are all bad choices because we are pitting our ability to help our residents with their water bills in the future for sure against our retaining and protecting our naturally occurring affordable housing against housing our houseless neighbors. These are ugly, ugly choices, and I wanted to bring this forward for a full conversation because I'm hoping that y'all will have some opinions on how we should do this, how we should weigh keeping the money, you know, in account, waiting for OWASA to come through versus trying to meet some more of the need here and saying, well, we have the opportunity to look at savings when OWASA gives us a program or something else. I don't know what we should do here, but I wanted to have the benefit of your input to try and figure it out.
Thank you for that. Council members, any suggestions or questions about either option?
I apologize, Madam Mayor. I have one other question. I just realized I
Go
forgot.
ahead.
Anne Marie, did we in the budget as currently set up, did we meet the OCPEH continuation budget?
Yes, that would be in your 3rd column on the top, the recommended expenditures. The $123,000 would be that contingency budget that they developed. And what that does is while it does cut staff, it does add extra funding for cold weather cots, which is a huge priority right now, as well as permanent supportive housing. So it was the option that they preferred if all the towns can't fully fund it.
That does lead me to one thought. So Chapel Hill and Orange County have yet to finalize their approaches to this.
They haven't.
If we bail, they will certainly bail. If we are able to hold this and they choose to bail anyway, we do have the option of returning to this later.
That is a very good point.
That,
I think all 3 players need to work together.
so,
Can you repeat that real quick?
Yeah, so one of the issues with funding OCPEH is that it relies on the contribution of all 3 municipalities and the county. All of us have had challenging budget years. I believe Carrboro would be the first to crack if we did not manage to meet the expansion request. That would very likely result in Chapel Hill and Orange County for sure also failing to meet the expansion request. I think my point is just that nobody is going to take up our slack on this one.
no, not at all.
And we can't afford to do it alone.
We can't.
We're definitely not Councilmember Haven O'Donnell, we wouldn't be funding their full expansion request, just our share of their
That's
full
what I'm saying.
expansion request.
Yeah. But it, go ahead, doesn't mean they'll follow.
A question on that, Councilmember Frey, you were saying that if there is not the allocation of other partners, we could revisit this. How realistic is that, even if the expansion is not met by other municipalities or the county, we would still be allocating this to the organization? Or are you asking that we put a caveat that we only increase by the 24,778 if the other 3 municipalities do that? Because once it's allocated, then unless there's some other mechanism that goes to the organization. Am I mistaken on that piece? No. Yes. Okay. So that was like, that's why I was trying to repeat that for me, because I was trying to understand, right? If this is something that was town managed, yeah, but town doesn't spend the money, we can move it over. But this is an organization that we would be transferring money of this amount, and whatever payment system we have, or whatever. I haven't been on the receiving end of Carrboro grants for many years now, so I forget how we do it. But it's not like something that we can say, we'll allocate it today. If the other 3 don't, we can pull it back.
No, that's true.
So I don't. Yeah, I just want to point that and make sure that I'm clear on that
Question
piece.
to that. When does disbursement happen? Is this something that disbursement would typically happen? And if it doesn't happen until September, then we set a date? Or
Anne Marie knows that answer.
We typically get billed for that in anywhere between late winter to early spring.
Nonetheless, my question is on the legality of this. If we're authorizing this for this organization, would the council then come back and rescind the allocation? Would that be something that would even be possible to do?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Regardless of whether if we authorize it today, that is what we're authorizing for the year. Unless there's any major issues or any things that I'm not understanding.
The only thing that might help you with that decision is that the county did indicate that if all towns are not on board with the expansion, the full request, that they prefer option A, and that's what they will go to. I remember very, very clearly that they did not want to go forward unless we were all on board.
That's right. Do we have any feedback from Chapel Hill?
I've been trying. No, I know initial conversations, there was a lot of concern about the increased request and then just all of the other expenses that they are facing in their difficult budget year. So early conversations were to hold the line flat, but that could have changed in the last 2 weeks or so.
We don't know. And
Yeah.
at this point, what I'm thinking about as Councilmember Frey, I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay, yeah. Yeah, what I'm thinking about here is exactly what Councilmember Frey has brought up, right? It's a very difficult position right now. I really don't know where I stand on this piece. I want to be able to support, but also we had a tough budget year. There's been a lot of tough conversations already had, and affordable. Yeah. I don't know. I will say that I'm willing to go whatever way that the council is a majority. If we have a majority of folks who want to go, who have a particular option, one of the 3, I'm happy to work with y'all on that. I currently do not know which of the 3 options I would pick at the moment.
Council members. We have 3. One's in your board packet, 2 are here on the screen. You have a question, Councilmember Heather? No. This is a little bit difficult.
I would have spent other nights differently so that we had money to do that. Maybe just to move the conversation, is there, can we kind of look at this in terms of, plus minus delta for each one. I mean, what are the upsides of 1 over, 2 over 3? I mean, is there a way for us to shake it out that way a little bit?
By looking at the other requests that are in there?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. The home match is pretty secure, as well as the Community Home Trust, and then the $45,000 for the tax relief program. That's very important for us. The flexibility really is in the affordable housing projects line, and that's going to be the line that will be supporting the application cycles when we have 3.
Right.
And we never know what we're getting. I mean, sometimes we do, but right now I don't know any requests that are on the horizon for the fall. So that's something that the committee itself also often struggles with too. If they get a large ask early in the fiscal year, they're very concerned. Well, what if we don't have anything left in April? So I don't envy you all. It's just difficult.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Prasad.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, let's talk about the bills for, the OWASA, right? So let's talk a little bit about that. Of those 17,000, you said, and we don't have the breakdown of the program. Remind me when we're expecting to see that before us?
January would be when the program starts.
Okay.
In according to their timeline, but again, there's no formal program in place yet. They were going to spend the next several months developing it.
Gotcha. And then we would come before us, and then at that point, we decide whether or not we want to allocate and how much we want to allocate towards that program. We're thinking this is kind of the number we have set for that at the moment. Okay. And then, because my initial idea as I'm thinking through this is that's the one expense that I see right now that is a little bit more flexible than the others. But I also don't want to get into a position that we come November when we get a proposal before us, we really want to support it and then have to pull from the fund balance, because now we're going to have to find somewhere to fund this because we've already allocated those funds. And I think y'all have heard me say multiple times that I get worried when we take from the fund balance. But I don't know. So as I'm thinking through this, and I don't think I'm being super eloquent here. I'm thinking, because even if we do just the partial funding and it doesn't meet the criteria of making sure that the county would also meet up with the ask. I will say this, that I do think it is important for us to meet the need. I don't think that's something that I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with what are we taking off the table in order to support this. I don't think, I want to be clear that my hesitation, kind of like where I'm at, is not around whether or not we need to support the partnership, but how do we do that? I do strongly believe that we need to find a way to support them, specifically as we're looking at everything coming down the pipeline. So I just kind of do want to say that. So for me, the option of not doing anything is not my favorite. I would want to take one of these two. It is on the table. So yeah, that's where I'm at. If that's of any help to anybody.
Option 2 or 3.
So-
is what you're thinking? Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. I just want a yes and that for me it's between 2 and 3, and I don't know how to make that decision of choosing between bad options, but I do, for reasons that I cannot articulate right now, lean towards option 2 rather than 3, and I would appreciate any feedback that would help clarify how we should decide this.
Anne Marie, can you scroll down to 3?
Madam Mayor?
Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Palmer, I think I'm also leaning towards option 2 here. I guess at the most you know, at the basement level here, if we're trying to choose, between enabling the cold weather COTS program to expand when we know how close to the edge they are riding, you know, we have lost people in Carrboro because they were not able to be, you know, able to be accommodated in the winter. You know, if we're going to sort of urgency of need, I think that we have the opportunity to look for other sources of funding for either of the others, and we have time to figure out how we want to address them. I would really like to keep the human services funding for the OWASA ask if we can, even though we're probably going to want to find more somehow when that program comes in. I think that's probably how I would stack it, if I had to stack rank it, which we shouldn't, in a kind world, have to do.
I do want to add that the cold weather COTS funding is in both of these funding proposals, whether it's option A and the expansion.
That's good to know. Is there a motion somewhere?
You know what? Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Now, I know you're still there. Is there anything from you here?
No, I tend to agree with Councilmember Frey's prioritization there.
Thank you. Option 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion whenever appropriate.
I don't think we have any. Councilmember Merrill has no further comments. I don't think anybody else does. We'll just accept your motion and see how far it goes.
I would move that we adopt the option, what I'm adopting at option 2, which is the one on top.
At the top?
At the top.
The 24,000.
The 24,000 option out of the affordable housing projects.
Okay.
So yeah, I would move that the council accept option 2. That's what I'm calling it.
So we have a motion on the floor for option 2, where affordable housing projects would be less, $24,778. Is there a second? I see second from Councilmember Palmer. Is there any further discussion or questions before I call the question?
Madam Mayor, I do
Oh,
have
go ahead.
one comment.
Okay.
You will also need to approve the other human services funding.
The larger
The larger
human
sheet,
services
yeah.
funding. Let's do that separately, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll roll with this one, and then we'll go. Would be attachment A, I believe, for that agenda item.
That's the resolution.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the motion on the floor is for option 2 here that we have been discussing. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 for option 2. And council members, we have before us attachment A for the rest of the human services funding.
Madam Mayor, a quick question.
Mhm.
Anne Marie, we need attachment A, the resolution, to move the rest
Is
of
it
it?
attachment A?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I move we adopt attachment A, the rest of it, as written.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded that we move attachment A for the rest of the human services funding recommendations. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and thanks to it's the consolidated group now. It's Affordable Housing and Human Services for their work on this important funding, particularly this year. So thank you so much, and thank you, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Council members, guess where we are? Not quite at the end of the agenda.
Closed session.
Yep. That was the last item on the agenda. So if I could get a motion to go into closed session for a personnel matter.
So moved.
One quick note, we need to indicate that we are whether or not we are coming in back into open session
We
afterwards?
will be coming back into open session with a vote, yes.
So, Madam Mayor, move, we go into closed session with the intention of coming back into open session.
Thank you.
Seconded.
All right, so it's been moved and properly seconded. We're going into closed session. Potentially coming out in open session with the vote. Personnel matter. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
you very much. So just to note, on April 1st of 2025, the council voted to increase the clerk's salary by 5% based on the base annual salary set forth in his contract with the town. However, at the time of this vote, the council was unaware that the clerk had already received a 10% salary increase on July 1st, 2024, applicable to all employees, and will receive another 5% increase effective July 1st, 2025, applicable to all employees. In light of these increases in salary, Madam Mayor, I move that we rescind the 5% increase authorized on April 1st, 2025.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Frey, for that motion. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
All right, so it's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Could I get?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, could I get a
Seconded.
second? All right. It's been moved and properly seconded that we adjourn this meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?